Xianxia had long honed the Xiang family's secret technique, integrating his own understanding of the power of thunder and lightning into it, obtaining the praise of many of the family's masters. This was his ultimate killing strike that he only used when facing the most powerful of enemies. It would often determine whether he obtained victory or was defeated. When they saw their second young lord use this move, the Xiang family's cultivators knew that he had truly been angered. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such strong murderous intent. Let's see how you block this. The Xiang family's Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master silently sneered, thinking that after the second young lord defeated Yangkai, they would immediately leave this place and not be forced to help this Yang family young lord in this inheritance war. After all, given how pitiful Yangkai's chances appeared, all of them wholeheartedly wished to stay out of this mess. As for the war material they had brought, that was the Nan family's compensation to Yangkai. Leaving it behind had no effect on them. Qiu Yimeng was also secretly shocked. She hadn't expected the Xiang family's second young lord to possess such great combat strength and to have cultivated such a powerful killing strike. She silently estimated that against this move, no one under the Immortal Ascension boundary would be able to resist. Even she, as an Immortal Ascension boundary 1st stage, felt it would be best to avoid taking this attack head-on and instead look for opportunities to dodge then counterattack. She didn't know if Yangkai could block this strike. Although she had witnessed just how powerful Yangkai was, that was a long time ago, so she wasn't sure just how much he had grown. But when she remembered about that day a few months ago, when Yangkai had single-handedly fought an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Master to a standstill, Qiu Yimeng calmed down. Even if this Xianxia was much stronger than an average True Element 9th Stage Cultivation, could he possibly be as strong as an established Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Master? As light burst and wind howled around Xianxia's saber, the glowing blue sphere at his blade's tip suddenly burst open, forming a dense web of lightning that engulfed a 10-meter radius. Thousands of lightning bolts, like tiny spirit snakes, swam through the air, each one containing Xianxia's sharp and unparalleled killing intent, forming an inescapable torrent of attacks. Guoxing Chen's always aloof expression finally became slightly serious, an astonished light flashing across his eyes, however. Yangkai still stood in place, like an ancient glacier, cold and motionless, his expression indifferent as he silently observed the numerous bolts of lightning which surrounded him. Although Xianxia's eyes remained focused, the corners of his mouth couldn't help inadvertently curling upwards. He had won. Xianxia was completely confident that no one below the Immortal Ascension boundary could resist his thunder flash saber. The white light was so dazzling that those watching couldn't open their eyes. But if they were watching, the instant Xianxia's attack was about to hit its mark, they would have noticed that Yangkai's figure suddenly blurred, disappearing without a trace. The next moment, from within the lightning storm, the burst of true qi suddenly exploded outwards. A great palm print quickly filled Xianxia's vision, seemingly obscuring the entire sky, creating the illusion that no matter how he tried to block or avoid, it would inevitably smash into his chest. With a sorrowful cry, Xianxia's thunder flash saber was torn apart like paper, and he was subsequently hurled through the air, spitting out a cloud of blood fog in the process. Second young lord. The Immortal Ascension 4th Stage Master, who had been expecting to see a good show, immediately noticed that the situation was not right, his expression changing drastically as he darted towards where Xianxia had fallen. When the dust settled, it looked as though Yangkai hadn't moved at all as he still stood in his original spot. His expression was calm and indifferent as ever. Guoxing Chen's brow twitched as he ground his teeth, suddenly realizing that when Yangkai had dealt with him that night, he had obviously been holding back. All of the Xiang family's cultivators were stunned, staring at the scene before them, unable to believe what their eyes had just seen. Xianxia coughed up some blood as he staggered to his feet, separating himself from his family's master who had helped him up. His brows furrowed deeply as his eyes filled with unwillingness. Staring at Yangkai, it was only after a long silence that the unwillingness in Xianxia's eyes slowly faded, a dispirited light slowly taking its place. He had never dreamt that within the True Element boundary, there was someone who could beat him so easily. He was the genius of the Xiang family, his aptitude far superior to his elder brother Xianxia, the Xiang family's most vigorously trained disciple. At such a young age, he was just one step away from breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary. It was not an exaggeration to say that his future was limitless. It had always been him crushing his enemies in battle. Never once had he suffered such a devastating defeat like today. His strongest blow, filled with killing intent, hadn't even managed to touch his opponent's clothes. It was a heavy blow to his pride. Second young lord, the strongest of the Xiang family immortal ascension boundary masters, was afraid that Xianxia could not withstand this setback and would become disheartened, losing his way along the martial Tao. So he quickly comforted, "In battle no one can ever be certain of the outcome. Do not let this defeat fester in your heart." Xianxia gently nodded, letting out a long sigh, the lost expression on his face gradually fading as he turned his eyes towards Yang Kai, a strong fighting intent smoldering in his gaze. Yang Kai secretly nodded as he thought to himself, Xianxia certainly has some skill. If he was given enough time to hone himself, his future achievements would certainly not be worse than any of the 8 great families' successors. Qiu Yimeng's lips curled up, a happy smile adorning her pretty face, while Xianxia simply shook his head and sighed. Why is he so strong? Just how the hell does he cultivate? Qiu Yimeng, arrange some accommodations for them and let some people from the Autumn Rain Hall carry those 4 boxes into the mansion. Yang Kai calmly ordered, turned around and walking back inside, not looking at Xianxia again. But before he left, Yang Kai seemingly inadvertently glanced off towards a certain place. In that place, 2 extremely powerful immortal ascension boundary 8th stage masters stood. One of them nearly stumbled, suspiciously muttering, "Did that young Lord Kai notice us?" The other master also furrowed his brow before shaking his head. "Impossible. We've hidden ourselves so deeply and haven't shown any hostility, simply observing from a distance. How could he have found us? Then why did he look at us? Strange." The taller of the 2 whispered under his breath, "Never mind him. Patriarch's orders were simply for us to observe young Lord Kai's performance tonight. If it looks like he'll be eliminated, then we just need to bring the young master back." Who made the young master choose such an unpromising young lord as an ally? But objectively, this young Lord Kai's combat strength is incredible. I don't think any newly promoted immortal ascension cultivator would be his match. Outside the main entrance, Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly at the Xiang family cultivators as she walked over. Immediately upon learning her identity, the immortal ascension boundary 4th stage master respectfully cupped his fists. "Xiang family Xiang Fei greets young Lady Qiu." At the same time, though, some suspicion flashed across his eyes. The Qiu family had already publicly declared its support for the Yang family's 6th young lord Yang Shun. So naturally they had heard about it. Thus, why was the Qiu family's first young lady here with Yang Kai? Moreover, Yang Kai's attitude towards her made it seem as if she was under his command. What was even more shocking was that this world-famous young lady actually had no complaints about his attitude, and instead just calmly obeyed his orders. I don't understand. What is going on? Xianxia also stood up straight and cupped his fists. Seeing their respectful demeanor, Qiu Yimeng let out a small laugh and said, "No need to be so polite. All of us will be working together from now on." Xiang Fei nodded firmly. "Since young Lord Kai defeated my family's 2nd young lord in fair combat, my Xiang family will also fulfill its promise. As long as young Lord Kai remains undefeated in the inheritance war, we will do our utmost to support him." Qiu Yimeng nodded with satisfaction. "Just, young Lady Qiu, why are you?" Xiang Fei couldn't help asking. "I'm also his ally, he." Qiu Yimeng smiled but didn't explain any further. Xianxia and Xiang Fei suddenly noticed that this young Lord Kai, who no one was optimistic about, had somehow quietly made allies of 2 of the 8 great families' young masters. Among the 8 Yang family young lords, this was unique. "Let's go in first. I'll arrange a place for you shortly," Qiu Yimeng said lightly before shaking her head and smiling wryly. "I didn't expect that when I came here I'd end up acting as a house manager." As the Xiang family group walked inward, Xianxia, still waving his folding fan, came up to Xianxia and grabbed his shoulders intimately. We're brothers in difficulty now. Let us share a drink. Somewhat stunned, Xianxia replied casually, Good. After drinking, I'll lead you to the local brothel. There's no need for that. Hearing the sound of footsteps outside his door, Yang Kai lifted his eyes and called out, Come in! When the door was pushed open, Qiu Yimeng's graceful figure, wrapped in a fragrant wind, walked into the room, and without any thought to courtesy poured herself a cup of tea to moisten her throat. Following her were some autumn rain hall people carrying 4 large boxes. After placing the boxes to one side of the room, these people quickly excused themselves. Qiu Yimeng stayed behind though and took a seat, elegantly smiling at Yang Kai as she asked, When did you force the Xiang and Nan families into such a situation? About 3 months after I separated from you and Luo Xiaoman. Tell me about it, what happened at that time. I asked that Xiang Tianxiao, but even he wasn't too clear, only saying that his big brother and cousin both hate you to death and that you forced 2 Nan family elders to cut off an arm, while the Nan family's young master also lost 2 fingers. You really are ruthless, forcing the successor of a first-class family to suffer such an embarrassment. They brought it upon themselves. Yang Kai sneered disdainfully as he casually recounted the situation at that time. As Qiu Yimeng listened, her eyes sparkled, absolutely no trace of disdain or displeasure apparent on her face, especially when she heard how he had ruthlessly humiliated the 2 families while they were unable to resist. Her mood seemed even more pleasant. If that's the case, then choking down this insult is understandable. Attempting to kill a Yang family young lord is no small matter after all, especially after the death of your 4th brother. If they were suspected of being involved at all, the Xiang and Nan families would be finished. Tell me about the Xiang family, especially the relationship between Xiang Tianxiao and Xiang Chu. Yang Kai stood up and walked over to the 4 boxes, checking the materials as he seemingly asked a random question. They're like a fox and a raccoon. Qiu Yimeng spat disdainfully. Yang Kai chuckled. Xiang Chu obviously didn't tell his brother about what happened back then, or Xiang Tianxiao wouldn't have rushed to challenge me today. When one brother hides information and plots against the other, the relationship between the 2 is obviously not good. If I couldn't even see that, wouldn't I just be blind? At that time, Yang Kai had told the Xiang and Nan families that he wanted to see their sincerity delivered to the central capital within 3 months. The Nan family had supplying him with 4 boxes of materials could be considered a big bleeding. However, the Xiang family sending a group of cultivators personally led by the 2nd young lord was somewhat incomprehensible to Yang Kai. But after a brief exchange with Xiang Tianxiao, he also had some faint idea of what was happening, so he decided to follow up with Qiu Yimeng about the situation. This young lady was not the same as him. She had lived in the central capital all year round and was well informed about various matters. It was likely that she had heard some rumors about the Xiang family's internal situation, given her Qiu family's heritage and methods. Hearing Yang Kai's comment, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help laughing bitterly. The sharpness of this man's instincts made even her somewhat distraught. Xiang family's Xiang Chu you've already met. He's a direct descendant of the Xiang family's official wife and also its current successor. The 2nd young lord is reportedly the son of a concubine, so his status is not as high as his big brother in the family, but this person's aptitude and natural talent are outstanding. He is the greatest genius the Xiang family has produced in several decades. You just fought with him, so you should have a fair understanding of his strength, but even just the fact that he has reached the true element boundary 9th stage at such a young age is quite rare. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. Amongst the younger generation of the Yang family, there weren't many who had reached the true element boundary 9th stages, but that was also due to them practicing outside the family where their resources were limited. Even so, this Xiang Tianxiao's aptitude really wasn't ordinary. Among the first-class forces, there were also many geniuses. For example, Wu Changyi from the 9-star sword sect, who he had met in that isolated world, was also a true element boundary 8th stage. If he was still alive, he likely would have already broken through to the immortal ascension boundary, but Wu Changyi was also older than Xiang Tianxiao. Xiang Chu prefers to use schemes and plots. His thoughts are quite treacherous, while his brother Xiang Tianxiao is the exact opposite. An upfront, straightforward personality, coupled with his excellent aptitude, He is actually quite favored by many of the Xiang family elders. Qiu Yimeng smiled meaningfully. And so, you should understand the issue. About which one should be the heir. Yang Kai frowned slightly. And, out of all the big forces, only your Yang family chooses its next patriarch through a direct contest like the Inheritance War. Of the other central capital's 8 great families, and most of the world's first-class forces, the heir is almost always the family's eldest son. When Qiu Yimeng mentioned this, she couldn't help showing a slight look of frustration, but she quickly composed herself, not even pausing for a moment before continuing. As long as this eldest son isn't too bad, his position is generally stable, because the one who inherits the patriarch position doesn't need to be the strongest, but instead capable of managing the whole family. A good example is the Lu family's Lu Liang, who you already met. He is only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Master, so amongst the Lu family's elders there are a number who are stronger than him, but he is still the patriarch. Firstly because of his administrative ability, and secondly because he was the eldest son of the Lu family at the time. The same is true in my Qiu family. Ahem, but as for the Xiang family, Xiangchu is the current heir, but the excellent performance of Xiang Tianshao has put some pressure on him, so I heard, and just heard, that Xiangchu often plays some tricks on his younger half-brother to deal with him. Xiang Tianshao, on the other hand, doesn't put up any resistance. It would seem he's not interested in fighting for power. As Yang Kai listened to these words, he became more certain about his own assessment, nodding lightly. With Xiangchu's personality, it is indeed possible he would do such things. And, so given this situation, you can understand why Xiang Tianshao would appear at your door, right? Qiu Yimeng asked with a smile. And, I know. Yang Kai said blankly. Xiangchu dreaded his younger brother's ability, so when Yang Kai blackmailed him, he had sent his younger brother here to help Yang Kai participate in the Inheritance War. First off, Yang Kai really did need help in the Inheritance War, so there was nothing wrong with sending him some manpower. Such sincerity was also more useful than the Nan family's 4 boxes of materials. Secondly, if Xiang Tianshao was here with Yang Kai, as long Xiangchu worked with another of the Yang family young lords to defeat him in the Inheritance War, it would be equivalent to proving he had superior skill to his brother, thus stabilizing his position as the Xiang family's heir. For Xiangchu, this was equivalent to killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Most likely, he also planned to cut down Xiang Tianzhao's followers in this Inheritance War, because this group of people were strong supporters of Xiang Tianshao in the family. Do you think he'll be useful? Yang Kai looked over at Qiu Yimeng. Yang Kai asking her so casually suddenly made Qiu Yimeng smile and feel happy. I think he is useful, but it'll be up to you to decide whether to use him or not. Let's have them stand by for now, Yang Kai said undecidedly. Whether this second young lord sincerely wanted to help him or not, Yang Kai had always been a cautious person. It was impossible for him to trust a complete stranger simply on their word and a few rumors he had heard. Seeing through people's hearts took a long time. Only a long road would truly test a horse's strength. And, knowing he would say this, Qiu Yimeng simply grinned and said, however, I got an interesting piece of information from Xiang Tianshao that's not good news for you. Do you want to listen? Oh, what news? His big brother and the Nan family's young lord are also in War City. Qiu Yimeng smiled. Yang Kai didn't show any surprise at all, his expression still light and carefree. Who did they choose? Your second brother, Yang Zhao. Good eyes. Yang Kai sneered. It looks like there'll be lots of fun tonight. Qiu Yimeng also smiled lightly, no longer showing any of her former tension. Since Yang Kai wanted her to see a good show tonight, she naturally no longer felt the need to worry about him. Is there anything else young Lord Kai requires? If not, then this humble servant will retire first, Qiu Yimeng said in a teasing tone. Yang Kai glanced at her eccentrically and snorted. Don't tease me. I can't afford it. Seeing the twitching brow on Yang Kai's face, Qiu Yimeng smiled more gleefully than ever before. However, there really is something I'd like you to do. Yang Kai looked straight at her and said, Oh? Like what? 1,000 meters outside the house, there are 2 old men sitting atop a banyan tree. Have someone send them 2 pots of wine. Qiu Yimeng stared blankly for a moment. 2 old men? Who are they? My guess is that they're from the Hua family, probably sent here to secretly protect Hua Xingchun. The Qiu family's first young lady squinted her eyes as she observed Yang Kai, not understanding why he seemed so sure that there were two people there. Also, since they were here to protect Hua Xingchun, they would no doubt be the two masters who always accompanied the central capital wolf, but those two were Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage masters. With their cultivations, how could Yang Kai possibly have discovered them? Suddenly feeling confused, Qiu Yimeng didn't think Yang Kai was just speculating. Although Hua Zhang was angered half to death by his delinquent son, Hua Xingchun was still the Hua family's only heir. Him accompanying the doomed Yang Kai alone. It was understandable for Hua Zhang to send those two old men to secretly protect him. Qiu Yimeng withdrew with a suspicious look upon her face, frowning for a moment before personally fetching 2 pots of wine and diligently walking out. 1,000 meters outside Yang Kai's mansion, on the top of a banyan tree, the dense leaves obscured the figures of the two Hua family masters. The two of them breathed evenly, converging their auras to the extreme while a faint halo hung over them, further concealing them. The combination of all these techniques, from an outside observer's perspective, made them both completely fade into thin air. Even if someone were to be standing directly under the tree, looking up at them, they wouldn't be able to discover anything. Only if one used a powerful divine sense to examine the tree would they notice something. At the moment, the two old men were bored as they sat with their backs against the tree trunk in a meditative state. Both of their invisible divine senses covered the entirety of Yang Kai's compound, allowing them to perceive every gust of wind and every blade of grass. With such formidable divine senses deployed, they would notice any signs of attack in an instant and be able to respond in kind. So even though they were hidden here, they were not worried that anyone would harm to their young master. The two releasing their divine senses so blatantly obviously couldn't escape the notice of Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu. But since there was no malicious intent, the two blood warriors simply continued healing themselves, essentially keeping one eye open and one eye closed. Suddenly, the two old men noticed a set of footsteps coming towards them. At the beginning, the two did not care. There were tens of thousands of people living in War City, so even though the location of Yang Kai's compound was remote, there would still be the occasional pedestrian passing by. But as the footsteps got closer and closer, the two masters couldn't help opening their eyes and glancing at each other slightly strangely. These footsteps, they seemed to be coming towards the two of them. Looking down, the two suddenly felt shocked. What they saw the Qiu family's first young lady Qiu Yimeng, actually at the moment acting like a common maidservant, holding a tray in her hand with 2 pots of old wine atop it, smiling as she elegantly stepped towards their hiding spot. Waiting until she had reached the base of the tree, Qiu Yimeng looked up towards the two Hua family masters. Seeing this, both old men felt their hearts jump, thinking that the martial skill they were using to conceal themselves had somehow failed, but in the blink of an eye dismissing this thought. Their martial skill was clearly still functioning, and Qiu Yimeng's eyes weren't directly aimed at them, instead just staring in their general direction. She can't see us. With the weather being so dry, the two seniors have stayed up in this tree for so long, you're no doubt thirsty. These 2 pots of wine are a gift for you to moisten your throats. Please don't reject. When her sweet voice reached their ears, the two Hua family masters stared at each other in blank dismay, immediately waving their hands and dispelling their concealment skill. With a slight ripple of light, the two old men's figures suddenly presented themselves before Qiu Yimeng's eyes. Having already been exposed, the two were too embarrassed to feign ignorance. Not to mention, Qiu Yimeng's identity wasn't ordinary. Seeing these two appear, Qiu Yimeng's expression remained calm, but in her heart she was secretly praising Yang Kai. The two Hua family masters jumped down from the tree and stood in front of Qiu Yimeng. Greetings, young lady Qiu. Thank you for your hard work. As they spoke, the two of them picked up the 2 pots of wine. Please enjoy it slowly. Qiu Yimeng smiled and bowed before turning back. Young lady Qiu, a moment please, one of them shouted. Qiu Yimeng turned her head and looked at him curiously. The man frowned, remaining silent for a moment before finally speaking. May I ask, young lady Qiu, how did you know we were here? Did the Tu Yang family blood warriors inform you? The two Hua family masters obviously thought it was the two blood warriors who had exposed their hiding place. However, Qiu Yimeng slowly shook his head and giggled lightly. The two blood warriors are currently in meditative healing and have no time to meddle in such matters. But it was also not I who discovered seniors. I don't have such great skill. Then, Junior will take her leave here. Qiu Yimeng didn't say much, just smiling brightly as she turned around. The Qiu family's eldest daughter was as sharp as she was charming and excelled at making others dance to her tune. Although she was always suppressed in front of Yang Kai, it was quite different with all the others. At this time, she didn't reveal anything. Leaving the two Hua family masters with some questions would only lead to greater benefits for Yang Kai right now. After Qiu Yimeng left, the two old men looked at the wine pots in their hands and sighed. They also understood who it was that had sent Qiu Yimeng, but they simply couldn't understand how Yang Kai had found them. What do we do now? One of them muttered with a frown. The other master's face was also ugly, shaking his head slowly. Ha! We've been duped now that we've accepted these 2 pots of wine tonight. This young Lord Kai is really sinister. This was no doubt a case of offering gifts to exploit one's weakness. Although it was only 2 pots of wine, it had been personally delivered to them by young Lady Qiu. The so-called light courtesy, heavy affection. Having accepted such a gift when crisis befell Yang Kai tonight, could they still just stand by and watch? If it was someone else who had come to deliver wine to them, even if it was Yang Kai himself, these 2 masters could have simply rejected. But there was no way for them to refuse Qiu Yimeng. But Patriarch hasn't let us officially participate in the inheritance war yet, not to mention that, over the years, although many forces would dispatched Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage masters to assist, some even sending out peak masters, but the other 7 great families would never send anyone who exceeded Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage. If we were to expose ourselves and someone were to recognize us, what face would our Hua family have left? Should we send this wine back then? One person proposed. The other person nodded. Good. You send it. Go to hell. Sending this wine back. Wasn't that like slapping young Lady Qiu's face? Who would do something so stupid? Ha! Shaking their heads and sighing, the 2 masters suddenly felt that these 2 pots of wine were burning lumps of iron instead. With no way out, each of them took up their wine and drank it down. But there was no mellowness in their mouths, only a strong bitter aroma accompanied by a long aftertaste of helplessness. As time slowly passed and sunset approached, a few bright stars began emerging, shimmering like gems in the darkening sky above, painting a beautiful and tranquil picture. Inside War City, the noise of the day gradually calmed. Tens of thousands of eyes were all staring at the movements of the 8 young lords. A potent group of divine senses spread out over War City. These powerful and tyrannical divine sense belonged to a group of masters whose purpose was to observe the Inheritance War's progress. The center of War City, Seal Temple. In this majestic palace, around an octagonal table, sat 8 white-haired old men. Each of these 8 people appeared as tranquil as ancient wells as they slowly circulating their secret arts. It seems like they had completely removed themselves from all distractions from the outside world. But in fact, the divine senses of these 8 people had penetrated every corner of War City. These 8 people belonged to the central capital's 8 great families, each one a top master at the above Immortal Ascension boundary. When the Yang family inheritance war launched, War City became the gathering place the world's young talents, almost all of them the leaders of their respective forces' younger generation. So every time the inheritance war was held, the 8 great families would all respectively send an above Immortal Ascension boundary master to War City, first to oversee the progress of the inheritance war, and secondly to protect the young geniuses who had come to participate. Were these masters not present and a strong master from the ash-gray cloud evil land snuck in, the loss to the great Han dynasty would be unimaginable. These 8 people were all over 100 years old, the eldest even reaching the 200-year mark, essentially half a neck into the grave. For these masters, they would not involve themselves with their family's affairs, nor would they trouble themselves with worldly matters, instead solely cultivating the martial Tao. Although they were here, they would not interfere in the inheritance war. Their only responsibility was to supervise the outcome, and defend War City against external threats. Whoever won or lost was not their concern. At their age and with their cultivation realm, their entire focus was unraveling the mysteries of the above immortal ascension boundary. At the 8 young lords' respective bases, some people were eager to move, some were worried and anxious, some prepared to sit back and watch the show from a distance, while others were waited to reap the fisherman's benefits. The differences in strength each one possessed naturally produced different mentalities. The sun had finally set and the night grew deeper and deeper, but the 8 young lords still showed no signs of movement. So many people who were looking forward to spectating the various battles held their breath and waited. Yang Kai, with his hands behind his back, stood straight as a sword before his mansion, staring up at a flag hanging at the building's highest point. In the Inheritance War, this flag was also a vital symbol. There were 2 ways to eliminate a young lord from the Inheritance War. One was to capture the person directly, so that the young lord lost the qualification to continue. The second, however, was related to this flag. Once someone had taken this flag, the corresponding young lord would also lose the qualification to participate. Moreover, this flag had to be hung in the position directly atop the mansion's highest point and could not be carried on one's body. The Yang family had used these rules for all of its past generations. It was probably designed as a way for the young lords to have more than one way to win, and also to increase the level of difficulty, forcing them to display their wisdom and wits to the very limit. The flag hanging here was a constraint imposed on these young lords by the Yang family. Someone always had to guard this flag, in case an opponent tried to steal it. If it was lost, it meant elimination. On the one hand, there was a need to protect your own flag, and on the other hand, it was necessary to think of ways to snatch others' flags. The Inheritance War was also a battle of wits. Looking at the big flag fluttering out in the open, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smirk. Behind Yang Kai stood the Qiu family's first young lady Qiu Yimeng, the central capital wolf Hua Xingqian, and the Xiang family's second young lord Xianxia. As of right now, all of Yang Kai's allies had gathered here. "Brother Kai, are you ready to hand over your golden feather eagle to me?" Hua Xingqian smiled dismissively as he swung his folding fan. "Let me tell you now, if anyone comes here looking for a fight, I'll be the first to surrender. Don't expect me to help you." Qiu Yimeng glanced over at him coldly. "If you keep spewing nonsense, I'll give you a dozen slaps and then throw you out." Hey, you're a woman, aren't you? Why must you act so violently?" Hua Xingqian said with a depressed expression. Xiang Tianxiao quickly added, "My Xiang family's troops will cooperate with you. Deploy us as you see fit. Feel free to arrange yourselves." Yang Kai glanced over at him and replied casually. Xiang Tianxiao frowned but didn't say a word, instead just turning around and walking off, apparently planning to deploy the people he had brought with him. The strength of his group wasn't very high, although there were 4 who had reached the immortal ascension boundary. In the face of real masters, they wouldn't last long. The only good thing was that tonight was the first day of the Inheritance War, so the other young lords also shouldn't have too much available power, so the people he had brought could still play an important role. "Now that we've reached this point, isn't it time to tell me what you plan to do?" Qiu Yimeng asked with a smile. "Do you have some hidden allies somewhere? When are they going to show up?" However, Yang Kai just shook his head. "I don't have any hidden help. What you see here now is my complete current strength." "Seriously?" Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face twitched slightly. "I'm not lying to you this time," Yang Kai said seriously. "How are you going to defend this place then?" The Qiu family's eldest daughter suddenly panicked. Although the 2 blood warriors were incredibly powerful, how much strength could they display right now? Even counting the cultivators from the Xiang family and her own autumn rain hall, it really wasn't enough to turn any spray. As long as any of Yang Kai's brothers could send out 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage masters, it would be enough for them to conquer this place. And right now, amongst the Yang family young lords, there were at least 3 people who could send out these kinds of masters. "It's too late for you to regret it now," Yang Kai said as he stared at Qiu Yimeng coldly. Feeling his gaze, Qiu Yimeng's brow wrinkled, suddenly realizing something, letting out a light laugh as she shook her head. "No, I believe in you." "Ha ha ha. Well, I don't believe in you. Xianxia laughed raucously as he walked off. I'm going to find some bird food. I need to get a gift for my new eagle. Saying so, he quickly disappeared. When there were only 2 people left in front of the main entrance, Yang Kai suddenly said, I want to go out. Qiu Yimeng's face suddenly changed color as she hesitantly asked, Go out? What do you want to do? What do you think? The Qiu family's first young lady looked at Yang Kai incredulously, her mouth slightly agape, hoping that he was just joking, but seeing Yang Kai's calm expression, she knew he was being serious. Are you sure? Naturally, in the inheritance war, if you defeat an opponent you can gain a lot of benefits. Tonight is the first day, so someone will surely be eliminated. This is a golden opportunity. If there were no benefits to be won from defeating an opponent, none of the participating young lords would proactively take the offensive. After all, attacking another stronghold was a time and resource-consuming endeavor that would draw forces away from protecting one's own flag. As long as you could capture a Yang family young lord or obtain their flag, you could exchange them with the main family for a lot of supplies. Are you crazy? Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai with an amazed expression. You don't even have enough strength to defend your base yet, you want to take the initiative to attack? Who are you planning to take with you? My Autumn Rain Hall or the people from the Xiang family? Or perhaps the 2 blood warriors? The first 2 groups wouldn't have much effect even if they went with Yang Kai, while the latter 2 leaving would be the same as leaving his flag completely undefended. I'm going alone. Yang Kai frowned. No! Qiu Yimeng yelled, her full chest heaving up and down as she snapped at Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly smiled and stared at her undulating peaks, decisively saying, I wasn't asking for your opinion, only informing you about my decision. Whatever I decide to do, no one has the right to object. Qiu Yimeng's expression suddenly became bitter, grinding her teeth in anger. After a long time, she took a deep breath and let out a sigh. Good. Since you've decided so, I'm too lazy to try convincing you otherwise. If you lose tonight, it just means that I, Qiu Yimeng, was blind to follow such a man. Woman, don't say these kinds of easily misunderstood words. Yang Kai sneered. Besides, who wins or loses tonight hasn't been decided yet. In the middle of the night, Dong Qinghan was sitting in meditative cultivation while the wind and cloud dual guards stood watch. Although 2 old men appeared to simply be sitting to his left and right, their divine senses had actually pervaded the entire surrounding, constantly on the lookout for anyone who had ill intentions towards their young master. Tonight was the first night of the inheritance war. It was destined not to be peaceful. Whether the 8 young lords were on the attack or defense, there would certainly be action. The wind and cloud dual guards were somewhat confused as to why Dong Qinghan didn't seem to be worried about Yang Kai's situation at all. But since their young master wasn't willing to say any more, they didn't bother asking. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The wind and cloud dual guards, who had been constantly surveilling the surroundings, both turned their heads towards the entrance, their expressions half shocked, half horrified. Because under the 2 old masters' divine senses supervision, neither of them had even realized when someone had arrived at their doorstep. If this unknown person was an enemy, able to approach them so closely without being detected, would they or Dong Qinghan have any chance to survive? With this thought in mind, the wind and cloud dual guards leaked cold sweat as they hurriedly got up and began circulating their true qi furiously. Sensing this disturbance, Dong Qinghan also opened his eyes and frowned. Who is it? Me! A familiar voice called out from outside the door. When the voice reached their ears, not only did Dong Qinghan's expression become strange, even the wind and cloud dual guards also gawked awkwardly. Young master, beware of deception, the wind guard whispered as he signaled to the cloud guard with his eyes, one of them retreating towards Dong Qinghan's side, the other cautiously moving to the door and slowly opening it. As the door opened, a blurry figure flashed, and suddenly there was another man present inside the room. The head of this man was covered in a broad hat which covered his face, only allowing the cloud guard who had opened the door to see a pair of bright eyes. Yang Kai. Dong Qinghan raised brow and asked hesitantly. Under the watchful eyes of the wind and cloud dual guards, the man slowly lifted his hat to reveal his true face before he grinned broadly at Dong Qinghan. Seeing his appearance, Dong Qinghan couldn't help cursing out loud. Fuck! It is you. The wind and cloud dual guards were both old masters who had seen and weathered countless storms, but at the moment they couldn't help wanting to pinch themselves, wondering if everything they had just saw was some kind of dream, somehow managing to hold down this uncouth impulse. Junior greets two seniors. Yang Kai politely nodded at the wind guard and cloud guard. Young Lord Kai is too polite. The two men hurriedly composed themselves before replying in kind. You little brat. Dong Qinghan quickly got up and shut the window tightly, while signaling to the wind and cloud dual guards to stay on alert before rushing over to Yang Kai. His slightly chubby face showing a dumbfounded look. How did you know that I was here? I have a small force of henchmen who are responsible for inquiring about intelligence. Yang Kai explained. A small part of the Bamboo Knot gang had been deployed here by Yang Kai a few days ago, and they had now penetrated every region of War City, so it was actually quite easy for him to find where Dong Qinghan was staying. Fine, but do you know what you're doing right now? Dong Qinghan slowly shook his head, bringing Yang Kai over to sit down. This was the inheritance war, not a game of house. Yet this little cousin of his hadn't sat in his base with the rest of his allies, but instead actually ran out to find him. However, after thinking about it for a moment, Dong Qinghan became a little excited. Do you want to take the initiative? That was my plan. Yang Kai nodded. Good balls. Dong Qinghan cheered up. I knew that you wouldn't just sit back and watch. Let's talk about it. How many people did you bring with you? Just me. The excitement on Dong Qinghan's face quickly stifled as his brow began to twitch, staring at Yang Kai seriously and muttering, I'm your cousin. Is there a need for you to play tricks on me? But Yang Kai simply shook his head in an equally serious manner. I'm not lying to you. I'm really alone right now. Dong Qinghan suddenly sat up straighter, the fat on his face trembling lightly. Even the wind and cloud dual guards couldn't hide their shock. At this sensitive time, he had actually ran out all on his own. Was he an idiot or a fool? Why act so recklessly and arrogant? Did he really think that he was unparalleled in this world? But what was more was that he actually arrived here safe and sound, obviously not having been intercepted halfway. This was no doubt the most incredible part. Yang Kai had a small force in his hands to inquire about intelligence. So how could his brothers who were equally determined to win this inheritance war not have deployed similar resources? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the 8 young lords were all constantly monitoring each other's movements. Even the slightest sign of something suspicious would immediately be reported back. How did you get here? Dong Qinghan still hadn't recovered from his initial shock. Did the 2 blood warriors around you dare to let you go? They don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. When he left the house, with the exception of Chiu Yimeng, he hadn't said anything to anyone. Otherwise, there was no way he'd have so easily managed to leave. Then your base. Dong Qinghan's expression filled with worry and anxiety. Without Yang Kai, the people at his compound were equal to gang without a leader. There are no problems there. Enough about that. I actually came here to borrow some people. Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted Dong Qinghan's unending line of questions. Borrow people? Dong Qinghan asked, immediately understanding, pointing to the wind and cloud dual guards. Them? Good. If I go alone, I'm afraid I won't be able to grab any advantages. But with them you can? Dong Qinghan's brow furrowed. Even with the wind and cloud dual guards, there would still only be 3 of them. They might be able to steal a chicken or 2, but if they wanted to stir up the wind and summon the rain, it was still a far-fetched idea. Not necessarily, but there's always a chance. Yang Kai didn't say too much, as even he didn't know what his final objective would be. The only thing he was certain of was that tonight, like at his compound, was bound to be a lively mess in a number of places. If you want to borrow people, then so be it. Dong Qinghan nodded, but quickly followed up. But I'm coming with you too. You can't, your strength is too low. If you come, you'll just be a burden. Yang Kai immediately refused. Dong Qinghan was struck speechless, a bright red blush appearing on his face. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and patted Dong Qinghan's shoulder. Cousin, I'm not looking down on you, but as you are now, I can beat you as simply as flipping my hand. It's best if you rest early tonight. The wind and cloud dual guards, although feeling awkward, didn't raise any objections. Tomorrow, when you come to my mansion, I'll tell you more about it. I'll be borrowing 2 seniors first, Yang Kai said to Dong Qinghan before directly standing up. Then get lost. Dong Qinghan roared bitterly, his expression rather ugly. Yang Kai half sighed half sneered, glanced at the wind and cloud dual guards, and then casually walked out the door. That little bastard. Just how much has he grown? When Yang Kai and the wind and cloud guards left, Dong Qinghan slowly shook his shoulders to resolve the numbness in his body. Just now, when Yang Kai had patted his shoulder, almost half of his meridians had seemingly been imprisoned. Obviously, when Yang Kai said beating him was as simple as flipping his hand, he was neither lying nor exaggerating. The last time he saw him at High Heaven Pavilion, he had barely managed to eke out a victory against the Bai families by Yun Feng. How had his strength reached such a horrifying height in only a few years? Freak! Dong Qinghan muttered to himself, a look of resentment clear in his expression. Above War City's rooftops, 3 dark silhouettes rapidly flew forward. Even though the city was brightly lit and there were countless divine senses sweeping the area, no one had noticed this trio. Once outside the inn, the wind and cloud dual guards felt a powerful spiritual energy enshroud them, completely hiding their auras, making it impossible for outsiders to discover their whereabouts. This spiritual energy, even when compared to their own, was a fair amount stronger. It was basically impossible for them to run into anyone with a more potent spiritual energy in War City. As a result, the 2 of them only needed to follow Yang Kai closely and not make a conscious effort to expose themselves. Their expression immediately improved as the wind and cloud guards finally understood how Yang Kai had safely arrived at Dong Qinghan's temporary residence. However, neither of them knew that what was shrouding them was actually Yang Kai's own divine sense. The 2 of them only thought he had used some kind of high-end soul-type artifact to achieve this effect, but regardless, their evaluation of Yang Kai's chances for success tonight were still bolstered greatly. With their young master's younger cousin, under the cover of this spiritual energy, as long as they concealed themselves and didn't launch any attacks, it was unlikely any outsiders would discover them, giving them a huge tactical advantage. Soon after, Yang Kai, who was leading, suddenly stopped and ducked into a nearby building, swiftly followed by the wind and cloud guards, both of them somewhat confused, not sure why he was suddenly acting so cautious. Just as they were about to ask, though, Yang Kai gestured to them to remain silent. A moment later, the sound of flapping clothes could be heard, followed soon after by a number of figures flying forward at high speed. The wind and cloud dual guards' expression rapidly changed, realizing that Yang Kai wasn't acting cautious, but had already noticed that a group of masters was approaching. Such sharp perception. Both of them were secretly surprised. Although they hadn't released their divine senses to the surroundings out of caution, both of them were still high-level Immortal Ascension boundary masters, yet even with their intuition they hadn't noticed anyone approaching, so Yang Kai being able to detect them was no doubt an impressive feat. Gazing up at the shadows flying past, Yang Kai's mouth bent into a strange arc. This group didn't make any attempt to hide themselves or even conceal their identities. The leader was his 5th brother Yang Kong, who was accompanied by Tang Yuxian, obviously there to protect his safety. As for Tu Feng, he was nowhere to be seen, probably still back at Yang Kong base to guard his flag. The protection of one's flag was crucial, so it was necessary to leave at least one of the powerful blood warriors to guard it at all times. It was impossible for Yang Kong to leave his base undefended when he went out on the attack. Additionally, Yang Kong was accompanied by a number of cultivators, each of them not by any means weak. These people were also rushing towards the northeast corner of War City and should be his allies. In that direction was also the goal of Yang Kai's trip, the compound of his 3rd brother Yang Tai. Shortly after Yang Kang's group left, a fluttering of shadows also flew over the roofs, following behind Yang Kong and his team as they rushed toward the northeast corner. These people were just tagging along to watch the fun. Tonight's battle was being watched by tens of thousands of eyes. Naturally, there were some bored people who wanted to witness the scene of the Yang family's children fighting up close. Such a wonderful drama. How could they possibly miss it? Seeing such a large group of spectators, Yang Kai also felt a bit delighted. winking towards the wind and cloud dual guards before ascending into the sky, casually mixing in with the crowd. The crowd bustled, and all of them wore looks of anticipation as they, along with Yang Kong, flew towards the northeast. Although the size of War City couldn't match that of the central capital, it was still comparable to other large cities. If it weren't, the Yang family wouldn't have used this place to hold the inheritance war. If there was no massive space to allow a full range of battlefields, the inheritance war couldn't fully test the young lord's abilities. Yang Kong and the group of spectators flew unhurriedly, looking quite relaxed, many of them even leisurely chatting and laughing amongst themselves. It took about half an hour to arrive at the northeast corner of War City. Before the base of his third brother Yang Tai, Yang Kong and others calmly landed, and the group of onlookers quickly scurried about to find a favorable position to watch the fun from, many of them sitting down or settling in after staking claim to a spot. Yang Kai and the wind and cloud dual guards also landed in a position not too far away, waiting for the opening curtain to rise. Third brother, fifth brother has come. Yang Kong stood outside the mansion and shouted with a smile. Since you've arrived, come on in. Yang Tai's voice called out from inside. Yang Kang's grin deepened as he didn't hesitate to lead his troops past the main gate. Yang Tai's voice wasn't weak, but anyone who heard it could tell there was much hidden bitterness and despair in his tone. During all his years gaining experience outside, he hadn't been able to secure any decent merits for the Yang family, so he was unable to acquire the services of a blood warrior. The lack of such a powerful guard around him had also discouraged other forces from siding with him, so all he could rely on was the help of his mother's family. Qiu Yimeng's judgment was roughly correct. The third young Lord Yang Tai was destined to be the first brother eliminated. Inside the courtyard, Yang Tai stood as straight as a sword. Standing behind him were two strong Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters, and some other cultivators who didn't appear weak. All of them were from Yang Tai's mother's Duanmu family. The Duanmu family was the only support Yang Tai had in the inheritance war. Whether Yang Tai could pass this night safely or not was entirely dependent on the power of the Duanmu family. In contrast, Yang Kong was flanked by a powerful blood warrior who was proficient in soul skills and members of the Gao family, one of the 8 great families. Gao Rangfeng had brought 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters with him tonight. These 2 were Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters of the 8 great families, so they couldn't be treated as ordinary cultivators. Their true strength was enough for them to beat ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters in the outside world. Other than these elites, there were also 5 or 6 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, as well as dozens of true element boundary cultivators. Which side was stronger was obvious to all. Yang Kong only needed to send out half of the people he brought to easily suppress Yang Tai, at which point it would be easy for him to capture Yang Tai himself, or to capture his flag. Whether it was the person or the flag, either of them could be exchanged for a great deal of material from the family. Yang Tai stared at Yang Kong as the latter strode forward calmly with an indifferent expression. When Yang Kong stopped a dozen meters away, the two looked at each other for a while before Yang Kong grinned and said, "Third brother, everyone here is family. Why not listen to my suggestion so we can resolve this peacefully? How about it?" He obviously wanted to let Yang Tai take the initiative to surrender, but seeing how he had the absolute advantage, he was naturally qualified to say this. However, Yang Tai simply shook his head slowly and firmly. "I am also a member of the Yang family. I will only be defeated. I will never surrender. Even if you are my brother, this truth will not change." "Good. I knew you would say that." Yang Kong nodded gently as the smile on his face slowly converged. "If it was me in your place, I would also do the same. Since that's the case, then don't blame your fifth brother for not showing mercy. Do as you will." Yang Tai's look suddenly became cold. Behind him, the cultivators of the Duanmu family also pushed their true qi, raising their guard as they prepared for battle. At that moment, though, Tang Yuxian, who had not left Yang Kong's side the whole time, suddenly wrinkled her brow and whispered something. Yang Kang's brow furrowed as he glanced back and sighed. "Seventh brother, since you've already come, why lurk in the shadows instead of showing yourself?" A burst of laughter rang out, and immediately a group of people appeared in the night sky, slowly falling into the courtyard as they stood abreast Yang Kang's group. It was the Yang family's 7th young lord Yang Ying and his allies. Yang Kong had the Gao family's Gao Rangfeng as an ally, while Yang Ying has the Kong family's Kong Zhan as an ally, and both of them had one blood warrior guarding them at the moment. The strength of both sides was basically equal. The crowds watching the excitement suddenly cheered up. 3 of the Yang family's young lords had now gathered here, so it was clear that tonight's show would be nothing less than dazzling. Now all that was uncertain was whether Yang Kong and Yang Ying would eat the piece of fat that was Yang Tai. 3rd brother, 5th brother, little 7th has been impolite. Yang Ying landed, first smiled and said hello, a look of enthusiasm upon his face. 7th brother, you're too much. If it wasn't for you, Xian, old 5th is afraid he wouldn't have noticed the Oriole stalking him from behind. Yang Kong smiled and shook his head. Don't say this, 5th brother. In the inheritance war, one should do everything they can to achieve victory. Little 7th just quietly concealed himself for a moment. But I'm worried there might still be more of our brothers in this crowd. As he said so, both Yang Ying and Yang Kong swept their eyes around the crowd. Yang Kai wrapped his hat around his head a little tighter, making sure his was covered, doing his best to hold back a grin, while the Wind and Cloud dual guards also felt like their skin was being pricked. No one else should have come. Yang Kong shook his head slowly. Big brother won't move as the eldest brother. This is his way of showing courtesy to us little brothers. Whatever trouble is stirred up, he won't mix himself into it. All his forces will only stick to defense tonight. As for their 8th brother Yang Quan, although he had a blood warrior supporting him, his mother's family was only a second-class force, so it couldn't provide him with much help. Coupled with the fact that he didn't attract many followers during the day, he naturally wouldn't dare take the initiative to attack others. That said, with even just one blood warrior supporting him, his mansion wouldn't be easy to take down, so no one would have ideas about him this first night. As for 2nd brother and 6th brother, they should be at tonight's other easy target, so right now, only us 3 brothers should appear here. Hearing this last comment, Yang Kai's brow twitched, a devious smile creeping onto his face. 2nd brother Yang Zhao and 6th brother Yang Xin going to another easy-to-attack place tonight. Obviously, they were talking about his own mansion. He was only a bit curious about what was going on there. As Yang Kong spoke, Yang Ying laughed and replied, 5th brother is quite well informed, little 7th admires. To this little bit of sarcasm, Yang Kong just shook his head and said, enough about this. Let's first discuss how we're going to deal with 3rd brother here. Ho! What does 5th brother mean? The person and the flag. Each of us takes one. What do you think? Yang Kong smiled and asked, obviously not putting his 3rd brother Yang Tai in the eyes, seemingly seeing him as nothing more than a dish to be cared up with Yang Ying. Yang Tai's face cramped, and the cultivators from the Duanmu family also showed angry expressions. Yang Ying smiled and shook his head, calmly replying, 5th brother, don't blame little 7th. My appetite is quite big. I want 3rd brother. As for his flag, I want that too. Yang Kong was stunned for a moment before suddenly sneering. 7th brother's appetite is truly big, but you'll have to have the ability to eat this meal from the tiger's mouth. Yang Ying's smile also slowly converged, his expression becoming cold. The 2 brothers glared at each other and the surroundings became silent, the air seemingly stagnating. A storm gathered, threatening everything in its path. Xiao xiao xiao. More than 10 not weak bursts of spiritual energy suddenly burst forth. Almost as if they had coordinating with each other, the immortal Ascension boundary masters brought by Yang Kong and Yang Ying all simultaneously unleashed their soul skills. As these invisible forces collided, some people screamed and stumbled backwards a few steps while others took the chance to step forward, launching another fierce wave of attacks. Dazzling flashes of light erupted as a variety of martial skills and artifacts surged into action, blinding both the combatants and their audience. Tang Yuxian quickly brought Yang Kong out of the ensuing whirlpool of battle, while another Yang family blood warrior responsible for Yang Ying's safety did the same. The 2 Yang family direct descendants continued glaring at each other across the several hundred-meter gap between them, flashes of cold light seemingly colliding mid-air. As key figures in the inheritance war, neither Yang Kong nor Yang Ying would personally go to battle unless they had no other choice. When they came out from their compounds, taking the bigger picture into consideration, Their first priority would always be their own safety as their strength wasn't high. The blood warriors who were responsible for guarding them were forbidden from initiating any offensive actions under the rules of the Yang family. Their only responsibility was to counterattack, so if no one attacked them or their young lord, even if the situation was in crisis, they had to stand by. The strengths of the cultivators brought by Yang Kong and Yang Ying were roughly the same, so when they engaged, the situation quickly developed into a stalemate. As the host to this show, Yang Tai and the cultivators from the Duanmu family had actually degenerated into part of the audience as no one came towards them at this moment. After staring at this scene for a while, Yang Tai coldly snorted. If you really think that your third brother hasn't made any preparations, you're in for a surprise. Ready the arrows. Shwa shwa shwa. On top of the walls surrounding the front yard, a number of figures appeared, each of them holding a sleek longbow in their hands. Each of these bows was identical, their craftsmanship exquisite. At first glance, they were obviously artifacts of not low grade. The cultivators who held these bows had at least reached the true element boundary 8th stage. One or two of them had even arrived at the immortal ascension boundary. Pushing their true chi madly, each of these cultivators lifted their respective bow, and in just a few moments, each of them turned pale, seemingly having exhausted all their strength. When these arrows were drawn, everyone who had been targeted immediately felt danger, their expressions changing greatly. The violent energy each of these arrows contained could even be felt by the spectating crowd, who were all quite some distance away from the battle. As for Yang Kong and Yang Ying's allies, their foreheads began to leak cold sweat as a chill ran up their spines. It was as if a fearsome group of beasts had suddenly appeared around them and were staring at them covetously. Shwa, shwa shwa. 7 twangs rang out as these cultivators released their bowstrings and sent their sharp arrows flying. Like falling stars, these arrows glowed a brilliant white light as they swiftly descended upon the entangled cultivators below. As the arrows fell, they instantly formed an inescapable net, engulfing Yang Kong and Yang Ying's allies. With a resounding bang, the earth shook and the sky cracked, broken limbs and clouds of blood flew in all directions. Everyone's eardrums were shaken, causing all who were nearby to lose their hearing temporarily. Yang Kong and Yang Ying both stared in shock at the explosion of energy before them. Tang Yuxian and another blood warrior quickly pushed their true chi in response, guarding Yang Kong and Yang Ying from the complementary waves. After a while, the raging energy gradually subsided. In the smoldering aftermath, these mere 7 arrows had nearly razed half of Yang Tai's mansion to the ground. There were huge potholes everywhere from which several people were crawling out. The ground was littered with broken limbs and bloody chunks of meat. The inheritance war was not a child's game. Naturally, there would be deaths. This cruel reality was more than proven by these battered cultivators and ruined buildings. Everyone inside and around Yang Tai's compound was struck silent. Only a few intermittent moans of pain could be heard. The smell of blood chocked the sense of all who witnessed this scene. Among the spectators, many younger female cultivators averted their eyes, covering their mouths as they bent down and vomited. Yang Tai stood amongst the destruction indifferently, no trace of emotion apparent on his face. On the other hand, Yang Kong and Yang Ying both abruptly went pale. Neither of them had thought their third brother would set up such a devastating ambush from such a disadvantageous position. The cultivators who were lying in wait along the walls had not eluded their detection, but both the young lords had ignored them as they had no idea Yang Tai had acquired such powerful slaughtering artifacts. Shattering Star Bow, although only an Earth-grade top-rank artifact, was capable of absorbing a cultivator's true chi without limit and then releasing it all at once. Once the arrow flew, the bow would crack, but whoever was targeted would surely suffer. All 7 shattering star bows broke the moment the arrow left its string, even causing a severe backlash to the cultivators who used them, each of them now seriously injured, their bodies riddled with bloody wounds. However, Yang Tai had achieved his goal. He really could not resist the attack of either Yang Kong or Yang Ying, but before he was defeated, he had taken a bite out of his enemies. Failure was certain, but whoever wanted to beat him would pay a steep price. Yang Tai's shattering star bow assault had perfectly expressed his meaning. Under the attack of these arrows, at least a dozen of Yang Kong and Yang Ying allies had died, two of whom were immortal Ascension masters, while more than 20 more were heavily wounded. Those with minor injuries were countless. At the outset of the Inheritance War, such losses were not small. How could Yang Kong and Yang Ying's expressions be good? Looking at the horrible situation below, both of them ground their teeth and clenched their fists in rage. Kill them all! Yang Kong and Yang Ying almost simultaneously shouted in anger. The next moment, the brief silence was broken, and 7 cultivators who had fired the arrows were instantly besieged. All of them lacking any strength to resist. Their fate was inevitable. These cultivators were all from the Duanmu family, and although the Duanmu family was a first-class force with many strong elites and masters, they obviously couldn't commit their whole force to the Inheritance War. What's more, Yang Tai obviously had no chance of winning, so although the Duanmu family had indeed sent a lot of manpower, all they could do was try their hardest in the face of impossible odds. In reality, the Duanmu family had already prepared to sacrifice all of them. Therefore, even though these 7 people were mercilessly killed, those who were left didn't so much as frown. 7th brother, I think it's best if we deal with 3rd brother first, what do you say? Yang Kang's face was gloomy as he stared at Yang Tai, asking his 7th brother Yang Ying who stood nearby. I was thinking the same. Yang Ying nodded gently. Who gets 3rd brother and who gets his flag will depend on our respective skill. Yang Kong snorted, signaling silently to his allies to begin their assault on Yang Tai's remaining forces. At the same time, Yang Ying also gave the order to attack. In an instant, the vanguard of both Yang Kong and Yang Ying engaged Yang Tai and the Duanmu family forces. Of the cultivators the Duanmu family had sent, the strongest were only 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7 stages, so they obviously were immediately pressured. Although the Shattering Star bows had displayed great effect, that was under the conditions of an ambush. In this kind of frontal collision, though, they didn't have the slightest advantage. The 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage masters tried to guard Yang Tai as they slowly retreated. At this time, one member from each of Yang Kong and Yang Ying's allies separated themselves from the battle, concealed themselves, and dashed towards Yang Tai's mansion. In front of them was where Yang Tai's flag was hanging. Although Yang Tai saw this, there was nothing he could do to stop them, so he could only stand there helplessly and watch, his expression filled with unwillingness. Get ready. Having been silently watching the flow of events this whole time, Yang Kai suddenly called out to the Wind and Cloud dual guards, alerting both of them that he was about to make his move. Turning his head and looking at the pair, Yang Kai grinned. Although the strength of 2 seniors isn't weak, but in this kind of melee, I'm afraid neither of you will be able to create much stir. The Wind Guard nodded. What young Lord Kai said is true. Among those people, there are several whose strengths are not inferior to us. A few of them are even stronger. However, whatever young Lord Kai's instructions are, Old Cloud and I will do our best to assist. Good, follow me. After we sneak in, just play a few tricks to make the situation more chaotic. But make sure you don't get tangled up. Leave immediately after you finish. Yang Kai whispered. The Wind and Cloud dual guards were masters from the Dong family and had faithfully accompanied Dong Qinghan for many years. If they were to die here, the blow to Dong Qinghan would not be small. Yang Kai had brought them here to fish in troubled waters, but he didn't intend for them to take unnecessary risks. Listening to Yang Kai, the Wind and Cloud dual guards nodded firmly. For them, sneaking in and stirring up trouble wasn't too difficult, but they still had to be careful. The ones they had to worry about the most were the Yang family blood warriors, but as long as they didn't attack Yang Kong and Yang Ying, these powerhouses couldn't touch them. Also, when you go, help Yang Ying's people attack Yang Kang's allies, don't bother trying to play both sides. If the 2 of them only helped one side, it would create the illusion that Yang Kong had received reinforcements, and although this ruse would be seen through quickly, it would be enough to give Yang Kai a fleeting opportunity. If they were to help both sides, it would only end up being a thankless effort. From the inside of Yang Tai's mansion, 2 people suddenly ran out. One of them belonged to Yang Kang's camp, the other Yang Ying's. Both of them were cultivators at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage. One of them held a flag as he ran, a touch of excitement flashing across his eyes, while the other was rapidly pursuing him. Apparently, the former person was slightly faster and had gotten to the flag first. Yang Kong saw this and no longer cared about the battle situation, quickly shouting, "Come here!" The master holding the flag hurriedly rushed toward Yang Kong. As long as the flag was handed over to Yang Kong, with Tang Yuxian guarding him, ownership of it would be as good as decided. "In your dreams," Yang Ying coldly snorted, and with his guardian blood warrior behind him, rushed towards the man. "Seventh brother, why so anxious?" Yang Kong laughed as he went to intercept. The blood warrior behind Yang Ying quickly turned, pushed his spiritual energy, while Tang Yuxian's soul skill also shot out. In an instant, Yang Kong and Yang Ying had already engaged in combat while Tang Yuxian and the other blood warrior also began their fight. Amidst the chaos, Yang Kai led the wind and cloud dual guards onto the battlefield. With so many eyes staring, naturally some had noticed their movements, but these people were simply here to watch the fun. So even if they discovered these newcomers, none of them would take the initiative to remind Yang Kong or Yang Ying, instead just feeling slightly suspicious about who these three people were. The Yang family's two young lords and their respective blood warriors were all engaged in single combat. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters who went to capture the flag competed with each other. Yang Tai and his Duanmu family allies were fighting back with all they could to avoid him being captured. The entire northeast corner of War City had been split into 4 battlefields. The Duanmu family's numbers continued decreasing at an alarming pace, leaving only 4 or 5 people still putting up a desperate resistance. Even the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters had suffered multiple injuries. Yang Kai whispered to the wind and cloud guards before he dashed towards the 2 Immortal Ascension Masters who were vying for the flag. At the same time, a massive spiritual energy descended upon the mansion. This terrifying divine sense had suddenly engulfed Yang Tai's entire compound, like a great mountain pressing down on everyone's chest. The expressions of everyone who was fighting couldn't help suddenly changing, each of them subconsciously increasing their vigilance. A peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master's spiritual energy. The 2 blood warriors also separated at that instant quickly arrived at Yang Kong and Yang Ying's side, both of them on high alert as they scanned the surroundings. As for the 2 Immortal Ascension Masters who were competing for the flag, they felt the most pressure and almost fell to the ground, horrified at the thought that some peak masters was staring at them, and in the next instant, a black shadow has already rushed in front of them. Both of them let out a low roar and prepared to counterattack. But before they could launch their strikes, a series of faint purple ripples washed over them, like the waves that appeared after a stone was thrown into a clam lake. "Soul skill," the 2 men exclaimed, but before they could react, a floral scent wafted towards their noses as a flurry of blood-red petals wrapped in the cold killing intent scattered around them. Caught off guard, both of these masters simultaneously retreated, rapidly dispelling the cold chill which had invaded their knowledge seas, a cold sweat dripping down their backs. These 2 masters weren't weak, and their knowledge seas were still quite calm even after they had 8 Yang Kai's soul skill. But the quick follow-up from the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia had still forced them off balances. Taking advantage of this brief opening, Yang Kai had already rushed in front of the master holding the flag, revealing a big demonic grin. When the man looked up and saw Yang Kai's face, he suddenly froze up. After coming to his senses, the flag in his hand had already been taken by Yang Kai. "You..." The master couldn't believe his eyes. The faces of the Yang family's 8 young lords who were participating in the inheritance war were naturally known to him, but never had he imagined that the youngest of these young lords would suddenly appear before him here. For a moment he felt like he was dreaming, and was even suspicious that he had fallen into some kind of illusion. Yang Kai didn't give him any time to recover, pushing the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia to entangle him while he tossed his newly acquired flag high up into the air. In the dark sky above, a golden light flashed, and 2 claws swiftly caught Yang Tai's flag before shooting off into the distance. The sound of flapping wings could be heard from this retreating figure. "Golden feather eagle. Fool! What are you doing?" Yang Kong loudly cursed at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master who had just lost the flag. In his opinion, his opponent had simply walked up and plucked the flag from him without encountering any resistance. But how could Yang Kong know what kind of shock this master was currently feeling? "It's..." It was, no, but, he. The man knew that he had screwed up, but in that instant he really couldn't figure out how to explain. On the other hand, Tang Yuxian, who stood guard beside Yang Kong, wore a frown as she gazed towards the direction the golden feather eagle had disappeared. Her beautiful face took on a brilliant luster as she grinned slightly. Turning to look towards the hat-covered Yang Kai, her gaze softened as she stared at him. The flag, which had originally been obtained by Yang Kang's team, was suddenly taken away. This made Yang Kong, who was filled of joy, unable to help feeling awkward. Moreover, immediately after this unknown man snatched the flag, he had thrown it into the sky and it had subsequently disappeared. But although Yang Kong let out an angry roar, he didn't dare to act rashly. The extremely powerful spiritual energy, which could only belong to a peak immortal ascension boundary master, still lingered about. Not only did Yang Kong not dare to act, but everyone in the field didn't dare move about hastily. Such a master hiding nearby was an extreme deterrent to everyone. None of them knew who this person was, but they all knew that this master was not one of their own. Because of the deterrent divine sense, the cultivators who were originally pressuring Yang Tai and the Duanmu family's remaining masters had withdrawn a good amount of their strength. The only exceptions were the wind and cloud dual guards. This pair of old men rushed about the battlefield, casually using their martial skills and launching attacks towards Yang Kang's allies. Although the people brought by Yang Ying felt that these two were somewhat unfamiliar, none of them gave it much thought, as it had only been a day since most of them had met, allowing the wind and cloud guards to stroll freely upon the battlefield. After a few rounds, the wind and cloud guards had already arrived in front of Yang Tai. When he saw that the situation was deteriorating, Yang Kong couldn't help yelling out, "What are you doing? Quickly capture my third brother." With the flag gone, the only prize left was Yang Tai himself. If he were to lose him too, Yang Kong would have not only failed to steal a chicken but also have lost his rice too. Yang Kang's shout finally shook everyone awake, all of his allies once again putting forth their best effort. Yang Ying also roared, "Stop them!" The cultivators on both sides once again engaged in an all-out struggle. As the wind and cloud guards approached Yang Tai, amidst the chaos, they actually received a lot of assistance from Yang Ying's allies, successfully bypassing the two Duanmu family masters who were stubbornly guarding Yang Tai and seizing the latter. Yang Ying laughed happily when he saw this and called out, "Good work, you two! Bring him to me." "Yes," the wind guard loudly replied. "Hurry! Catch!" As he spoke, he threw Yang Tai out of the crowd. But what happened next confounded Yang Ying. The unknown man who had just snatched the flag actually jumped into the air and caught Yang Tai before soaring away with him. At the same time, the wind and cloud dual guards also leapt up into the air and flew away, disappearing into the night sky. "Fifth brother, seventh brother, thanks." A familiar voice drifted over from the distance. The faces of Yang Kong and Yang Ying suddenly filled with shock and anger as they simultaneously exclaimed, "Ninth brother!" The spectators who heard the two brothers' cries also became amazed. Ninth brother. Apparently the one who had appeared was the Yang family's youngest young lord, Yang Kai. Earlier, Yang Kong had said that Yang Zhao and Yang Xin had taken their forces to Yang Kai's compound to look for trouble. And given his performance earlier today, coupled with the fact that he hadn't been able to recruit any significant help, even though his situation was better than Yang Tai's, he was still in danger of being eliminated tonight. At this time, shouldn't that Yang Kai be holed up in his base? How come he had suddenly appeared here to reap the fisherman's benefits? Also, he seemed to have brought two strong helpers with him. This person simply didn't fear the heavens. None of the crowd could understand, and even Yang Kang's exclamation just now was filled with a thick tone of disbelief. Yet all of this only further excited this audience. It was as if this unexpected turn of events was just the good show they had wanted to see. Only a moment later, Yang Kai had already taken Yang Tai several thousand meters away. His true chi pushed to the limit as his figure flickered through the night sky, leaving behind only a long trail of afterimages. Sure enough, it really was the little lord. Tang Yuxian smiled and muttered. When she had seen the golden streak, Tang Yuxian had already suspected it was the golden feather eagle. So now after hearing Yang Kai's voice, she immediately confirmed her judgment. "You already knew?" Yang Kong glanced at her unpleasantly. Tang Yuxian maintained her expression and shook her head. It was just a guess. I wasn't certain until now. Yang Kang's expression was ugly, but he didn't say anything more. He knew that Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were both very respectful of Yang Kai. For this time's inheritance war, he had deliberately chosen these two as his guards, not only because their strength was good, but also to disturb Yang Kai. He didn't expect that at such a critical juncture, he would actually bring such a disgrace upon himself. Both the flag and the person had actually been taken away by Yang Kai, while he and Yang Ying had both lost many of their troops but ended up with nothing. The depression in his heart could easily be imagined. Pursue! Yang Kong gnashed his teeth and flew up. Yang Ying also wore a gloomy expression and followed suit. The two groups quickly soared away, leaving behind only the shattered ruins of Yang Tai's mansion, as well as the 5 injured Duanmu family masters. In order to pursue Yang Kai and recapture Yang Tai, who was robbed by him, both Yang Kong and Yang Ying had no intention of dealing with these remaining Duanmu cultivators. The first battle of the first night had wound up with the fishermen reaping the entire harvest. This outcome had greatly exceeded the expectations of everyone present. The spectating crowds quickly followed the pursuers. These people were also now very interested in this 9th young lord, Yang Kai, who was both bold and daring. They wanted to know what kind of person the youngest Yang family young lord was, and what gave him the confidence to pull off such a stunt. In the back of their minds, this crowd actually didn't want Yang Kai to be caught. With such a person participating, this inheritance war would no doubt be more interesting and exciting. As for the bloody aftermath in Yang Tai's compound, the 5 remaining Duanmu family masters exchanged a glance before smiling helplessly, sitting down, and tending to their injuries. They had tried their best. This time, the Duanmu family had sent out around 40 people, but after this one battle, only 5 had survived. The Duanmu family had suffered a great loss here in terms of personnel, but in terms of reputation, they had gained significantly. Those who had witnessed this battle would have nothing but praise for the Duanmu family, who had loyally stood by their allies even in the face of certain defeat. Such a family was worthy of becoming friends with. So in the long run, the Duanmu family hadn't just lost, but rather gained. Yang Kong and Yang Ying hurriedly chased after Yang Kai with their respective allies, and at first they could still see his retreating figure, but as time passed, even his shadow disappeared. Many Immortal Ascension boundary masters had released their divine senses in an attempt to lock onto Yang Kai's position, but as they did, it seemed like their divine senses sank into an endless sea, unable to play any effect at all. It was as if Yang Kai and Yang Tai had simply vanished into thin air. This result had made both Yang Kong and Yang Ying's expressions grow uglier. The speed of your 9th brother is too terrifying, Gao Rangfeng muttered, his face filled with astonishment. Even while Yang Kai was holding another person, he had still managed to evade a large group of Immortal Ascension masters. Such speed could only be described as monstrous. No matter how fast he is, with so many Immortal Ascension boundary masters' divine senses searching for him, how could he hide his whereabouts and aura? Kang Zhan shook his head, unable to understand how Yang Kai had accomplished this. Yang Ying's eyes flashed before glancing towards Tang Yuxian and smirking. 5th brother, I heard that the blood warrior you brought with you has a particularly powerful soul. Could it be that even with her divine sense she can't find 9th brother's trail? Listening to Yang Ying, Yang Kong also turned his eyes questioningly to Tang Yuxian. However, Tang Yuxian just shook her head and said, I tried, but I can't find any trace of the little lord. Yang Kong frowned and quickly said, Yuxian, I know that you have a good relationship with 9th brother, but don't forget, right now it is the inheritance war, and you are a blood warrior of the Yang family's blood warrior hall. Tang Yuxian obviously understood this and also understood this and replied without hesitation. The blood warriors know the difference between public and private affairs, since young Lord Kong has exchanged enough merits for my and Tu Feng's services. Before young Lord Kong falls in this inheritance war, both of us will fully assist you. After listening to Tang Yuxian's words, Yang Kong knew not to pursue this matter any further. Correcting his expression and nodding slightly, I didn't mean to question your loyalty, since even you can't find him. Ninth brother must have a powerful master helping him hide his whereabouts. You mean, the owner of that divine sense? Yang Ying suddenly remembered the horrifying spiritual energy which had suppressed all of them earlier. It should be. With such a powerful master beside him, he could easily do this. Yang Kong brow wrinkled, muttering to himself, strange. Where did ninth brother find such a powerful helper? In the inheritance war, many of the world's forces participated. Among them, the 8 great families had never sent anyone who exceeded the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage before. Other first-class forces would generally not send out peak immortal ascension boundary masters either. Such powerhouses tended to be older and of very high rank, so they would refrain from interfering in events like the inheritance war. Additionally, other forces and families couldn't afford to risk such masters, as they were part of their respective sex foundation. So for first-class forces, the highest level of master they would normally send would be an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage. Of course, this wasn't some kind of absolute rule, and as the inheritance war dragged on and became more heated, peak immortal ascension boundary masters sometimes appeared on the battlefield. As for second-class forces, they rarely had masters stronger than the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage. For instance, in the Blood Battle Gang, only sect master Hu Man was an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage. As the leader and pillar of the gang, how could he possibly get involved in such a dangerous affair? As for the Storm Hall, there wasn't even a single immortal ascension boundary 8th stage. Sect master Xiao Ruohan had only reached the 7th stage. The available masters which second-class forces could send to participate in the inheritance war were at most immortal ascension boundary 6th or 7th stage. When it came to third-class forces, there were few masters who had reached the immortal ascension boundary period, so the cultivators they could spare were even weaker than those sent by second-class forces. Death in the inheritance war wasn't uncommon, and if these weaker forces suffered too many losses, it would lower their overall strength and quite possibly damage their foundation to the point where they might not be able to recover. Because of this, no matter which forces were involved in the inheritance war, the amount of manpower they would send out would only be as much as they could afford to lose. As for peak immortal ascension boundary masters, none of the Yang family young lords had managed to attract one yet. If Yang Kai really had such a boost with him, even pursuing him was a big risk for Yang Kong and Yang Ying. How could they have time to worry about grabbing benefits from him? It seems ninth brother has won big this time. Yang Ying shook his head and grinned helplessly. The flag was robbed by him, and now even Yang Tai had fallen into his hands. One person and one flag could be exchanged for many useful things from the main family. Artifacts, martial skills, secret arts, pills, spirit herbs, refining materials, all of these things could be used to enhance his own strength, as well as the strength of his allies. Only if he can survive tonight, Yang Kong coldly snorted. Right now, shouldn't his home base be under siege? Instead of consolidating his mansion's defense, Yang Kai had actually ran out and launched an attack. Although he had managed to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, such a risk was definitely not worth it in Yang Kang's opinion. Unable to catch Yang Kai, even unable to find traces of him, and possibly being stared at by a mysterious peak immortal ascension master, both Yang Kong and Yang Ying felt incredibly depressed. After a long silence, Kong Zhan of the Kong family suddenly smiled and said, "Two young lords, why don't we pay a visit to your ninth brother's base?" Yang Kong and Yang Ying looked over at Kong Zhan for a moment before their eyes immediately brightened. Right, Yang Kai ran out and brought along 2 strong allies, as well as that mysterious peak immortal ascension master. The defense at his base must be all but empty. Moreover, Yang Zhao and Yang Shen also went there. If they were to go as well, the 4 of them together would be enough to absolutely crush Yang Kai. Exchanging an intentionally indifferent glance, both brothers knew that the other had taken note of this hidden opportunity. However, Gao Rangfeng shook his head and objected. "No, I think that the 2 young lords should rush back to their own compounds now. With a peak immortal ascension boundary master as his ally, your ninth brother could easily pose a threat to your respective flags." Immediately, Yang Kong and Yang Ying's expression changed dramatically. They had been so focused on the opportunity to beat others that they had completely forgotten about their own situation. This time, in order to eat the first piece of fat, both of them had brought a lot of their allies, so besides leaving a blood warrior in their bases to guard their flags, There was essentially no other powerful masters left on defense. At this time, if Yang Kai were to attack their mansions, they might very well be eliminated. Realizing this point, the two brothers quickly discarded the idea of attacking Yang Kai's compound and instead led their forces back to their bases. Outside Wuxia City, Yang Kai put Yang Tai down, not imprisoning his meridians or true chi at all, just removing his hat and smiling. Third brother. Ninth brother's methods are impressive, Yang Tai said, his face filled with admiration. Yang Kai simply shook his head. I just took advantage of an opportunity. No one would have thought that tonight Yang Kai would dare run out to look for trouble. So Yang Kong and Yang Ying didn't take any precautions when they began fighting each other. If not for this lack of vigilance, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to capture Yang Yai's flag so easily. As long as they were even a bit concerned with their surroundings, Yang Kai wouldn't have succeeded this time. No matter what, third brother has fallen into your hands. That much is ninth brother's credit. Yang Tai looked at Yang Kai flatly and said, seeing how I would have been captured by one of them anyways, third brother would rather be caught by you. At least you didn't take the initiative to attack me. Third brother is too serious. Yang Kai noticed the coldness in his tone and naturally understood that he was somewhat depressed being the first one eliminated. But he didn't mind, just waving his hand casually. You should head back to the central capital on your own. There's nothing more for you to do here. Hearing this, Yang Tai's eyes narrowed as he frowned. What do you mean? Just what I said. I already have your flag anyways. After that, Yang Kai didn't wait for Yang Tai to say anything, instead leaping up and flying back towards Wuxia City. Standing there awkwardly for a long time, Yang Tai's tight expression gradually relaxed, gazing off in the direction Yang Kai had flown, a hint of gratitude apparent on his face. Yang Kai not taking him to the family to exchange for war material was his way of saving him some face. Over the past few years, Yang Tai hadn't gained much, and had not achieved anything earth-shattering. In blunt terms, his performance had always been mediocre, but regardless of all that, he was still a child of the Yang family and his pride was something ingrained deep into his bones. If it were not for this, knowing he would be eliminated tonight, he would have simply taken the initiative to surrender from the beginning. If he was really brought back to the family by Yang Kai, in the future he wouldn't have been able to hold his head up again. Taking a deep breath and gazing up at the cluster of gem-like stars in the night sky, Yang Tai smiled lightly before turning towards the central capital. The following battles here really had nothing to do with him. The Yang family young lords who were defeated in the inheritance war were forbidden from participating anymore, but their remaining allies would have the opportunity to choose a new young lord to support. Yang Kai soared through the sky like a meteor, using his powerful divine sense to isolate his aura as he rushed towards his mansion. Letting Yang Tai go wasn't out of a sense of brotherhood. Yang Kai's feelings for his cousins were quite weak, but Yang Tai's determination to fight to the end tonight had earned his respect. There was no need to humiliate such a person. Wuxia City, northwest corner, Yang Kai's mansion. Half an hour earlier. Almost at the same time as the turmoil at Yang Tai's compound, Yang Kai's mansion has also been lively. The information obtained by Yang Kong was not wrong. Tonight, out of the 8 young lords, with the exception of the eldest brother Yang Wei who because of his status would not take any action, only the 8th brother Yang Quan didn't move. The second young lord Yang Zhao and his ally Yi Xianro had led a lot of masters to Yang Kai base. But before these people could begin, the 6th brother Yang Xin and Qiu Ziruo also arrived. The two sides both stood firmly mid-air outside the entrance and exchanged greetings calmly. Tonight, both of them had come to attack Yang Kai, so they didn't want to deal with other enemies if possible. This was very clear to everyone here. In front of the mansion, in the middle of the courtyard, Huixing Chun sat atop a comfortable chair casually fanning himself. 2 beautiful maids stood beside him occasionally pouring him wine and feeding him grapes. His expression couldn't be more relaxed. The arrival of Yang Zhao and Yang Xin didn't seem to disturb his revelry in the slightest. Beside Yang Zhao, Yi Xianro stood quietly, with her jade-white skin and graceful demeanor, along with her enchanting smile and the obvious curves of her body. She exuded a kind of soft, indescribable temptation. The Yi family's first young lady, although not as famous as Qiu Yimeng, was still a prestigious figure amongst the younger generation. Behind Yang Zhao, the Xiang family's Xiang Chu and Nan families, Nansheng gazed maliciously at the mansion below, their eyes filled with vicious light, especially Nansheng, rubbing his two missing fingers. Flashes of ruthless and sinister intent kept appearing on his face. Yang Kai forcing him to cut off these two fingers had forged a hatred that could not be dispelled. Over the past few months, he had constantly been thinking about revenge. Yang Zhao's allies were powerful and numerous, but Yang Shen's side didn't appear any weaker. With the help of Qiu Zirua, Yang Shen had also gathered a lot of help, and he wouldn't have trouble resisting Yang Zhao in the short run. On the other hand, in front of Yang Kai's mansion, aside from the central capital wolf who was enjoying his drink, Qiu Yimeng and Xiang Tianxiao also appeared, but aside from these three youths, only Chu Gao Yi was present, standing tall like a tower in front of the main entrance. Ing Zhou was nowhere to be seen. However, everyone knew that this stealthy blood warrior must be lurking in the shadows, just waiting to launch a decisive strike. Across the short distance between them, Qiu Yimeng and Qiu Zirua's eyes met, the former smiling slightly, her face filled with confidence, the latter's gaze shrinking back involuntarily for a moment before quickly staring back, seemingly not wanting to show any weakness in front of this elder sister of his. At the same time, Xiang Chu and Xiang Tianxiao were faced each other. The former was solemn while the latter was cold. Their direct stares caused all outsiders to feel the tense aura emitted by the two. Sixth brother. About Brother Kai here? What do you want to do? Yang Zhao suddenly asked with a smile. Yang Shen also smiled back and replied, if second brother eats meat, then little brother should be able to drink some soup, right? Surely second brother doesn't want to dine all alone. Of course. Yang Zhao slowly shook his head and appeared to ponder for a while before saying, in that case, second brother wants Brother Kai, while sixth brother can take his flag, and even split. And second brother is too kind. Yang Shen grinned meaningfully, apparently quite content with Yang Zhao's suggestion. Glancing over at Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng intentionally or unintentionally, he couldn't help snorting disdainfully, his eyes filling with disdain. Word of Yang Kai and their grudges had also spread to his ear. It was not difficult to explain why Yang Zhao chose the person over the flag. The Xiang and Nan family people joining Yang Zhao's camp had increased his available strength greatly, so naturally, he had to show some goodwill to his allies. Capturing Yang Kai would make him lose a lot of face. In this way, Xiang Chu and Nansheng should be satisfied and would only be more loyal to Yang Zhao in the future. Hey, you two! Aren't you tired standing around talking up there? Why not come down first? Hua Xingchen suddenly loudly shouted. Yang Zhao shook his head and grinned. No need, Brother Hua. I should speak with Brother Kai first. I don't want to embarrass him too much. Yang Kai. Hua Xingchen sneered. He doesn't seem to be home right now. Not home. Yang Zhao frowned, apparently thinking that Hua Xingchen was messing with him. Where has he gone if he's not home at this time? Wherever he went, I have no idea. Heh. Hua Xingchen snickered, opening his folding fan and reclining into his chair. In any case, he's not home. If you don't believe, ask Qiu Yimeng. She should know where Yang Kai went. Yang Zhao glanced over at Qiu Yimeng, but the latter just smiled and brushed the hair next to her ear back, softly saying, if I told you he wasn't here, would young Lord Zhao believe me? Seeing her speak so ambiguously, Yang Zhao couldn't help frowning, subconsciously feeling like Yang Kai was playing some kind of trick. But soon, Yang Zhao's expression became firm as he replied, I don't believe it. How could Yang Kai have left his base at such a sensitive time tonight? He must be hiding somewhere, not daring to show up. In that case, the two young lords can try searching here. Perhaps you'll be able to find him. Qiu Yimeng elegantly smiled while silently cursing to herself. Yang Kai did tell her he was going out before he left, but it wasn't like she approved or agreed at that moment. In reality, she really didn't know where he had gone or what he was doing. No need. Yang Zhao showed a look of impatience on his face and shouted, Brother Kai, come out by yourself, and second brother promises he won't embarrass you. After shouting so 2 times, however, there was no sign of Yang Kai appearing. Seeing this, Nansheng sneered, Second young lord? It looks like your brother doesn't want to give you face at all. In this case, I don't think there's a need to speaking any more nonsense with him. As long as you directly attack, he certainly won't be able to resist. His eagerness to beat Yang Kai was obvious to everyone. All of them aware that Nanshang didn't really care about Yang Zhao's face but simply wanted to seek revenge for his past suffering. How we brothers handle business doesn't your concern. Yang Zhao snorted. Nanshang's expression cramped as he grit his teeth, but eventually he didn't dare to say anything more. Seeing Nanshang's failed attempt, Xianxia not only didn't draw back but instead smiled and spoke. Second young lord, I also think that a direct attack is the best choice. The defensive power here isn't strong, and with the help of sixth young lord, why shouldn't we act a little boldly? You've already acted polite, but the opposite party simply acts ungratefully. As such, Xianxia saw through what Yang Zhao was thinking in a single glance. Although he was rebuking Nanshang, he apparently agreed with his point of view. However, he had to give such a response in order to maintain his image. At this time, someone needed to add fuel to the fire so that outsiders would believe Yang Zhao was being persuaded by his allies' opinions. This way, in the future, others wouldn't accuse him of bullying his younger brother. This was why Xianxia dared to continue discussing this subject. This young lord is a snake too. Xianxia being one himself, he could naturally understand the thoughts of Yang Zhao. Sure enough, Yang Zhao wore a difficult expression for a time, appearing to hesitate over his decision for a while before slowly nodding. Good. What Brother Xiang says is true. As an older brother, I have done my best to convince ninth brother, but since ninth brother refuses to give me face, then there is nothing left to discuss. Looking over at Yang Shen, Yang Zhao smiled and said, since ninth brother doesn't want to show up, sixth brother can go retrieve his flag. Yang Shen, who was smiling and preparing to watch the good show, upon hearing Yang Zhao's words couldn't help cursing under his breath. He immediately realized that he had walked into his second brother's trap without the slightest resistance, but it was already too late to regret. Yang Zhao had reached an agreement with him that he may take Yang Kai's flag. All those present were witness to this. Now that Yang Kai didn't appear though, only the flag could be taken. Naturally, grabbing it would be Yang Shen's responsibility. Perceiving Yang Zhao's intention, the smile on Yang Shen's face slowly converged and his expression becomes dignified. Yang Zhao continued to smile though, simply saying, feel free to take it. Second brother promises not to interfere. Pledging so in front of so many people had shown enough of Yang Zhao's sincerity, so although Yang Shen still frowned for a moment, he eventually nodded. Good. Many thanks, second brother. Turning his gaze back to the cultivators he had brought, Yang Jin signaled to an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master and said, you, go retrieve the flag. This person was a helper sent by Yang Shin's mother's family, which was also a first-class force. His strength was neither weak nor strong, so seeing Yang Shin pick him, he suddenly wore a bitter expression, unconsciously glancing towards the towering Chu Gao Yi in front of the mansion. The mere presence of a blood warrior was enough of a deterrent. What are you afraid of? Yang Shun snorted. The two blood warriors serving ninth brother are both heavily injured, unable to display even 30% of their full strength. On top of that, they are also restricted by the Yang family's rules and are unable to take the initiative to attack. As long as you don't provoke him, he won't attack you. So they won't care even if I take the flag? The Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master's suddenly face lit up. If this was the case, then there was nothing for him to worry about. Obviously that's impossible. Yang Zhao shook his head and interjected. They are only responsible for passively counterattacking, but if you go to grab the flag, they will naturally try to block you. However, as long as you're fast enough, you can capture the flag and escape. In their current condition, they won't be able to stop you. What are you waiting for? Yang Shin shouted impatiently. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master felt helpless, but still walked out from the crowd, gazing vigilantly towards Chu Gao Yi while simultaneously releasing his divine sense to the limit, trying to find where Ying Jiu was hiding. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't discover any trace of Ying Jiu. This blood warrior renowned for his stealth was as good as invisible. Huixing Chun continued waving his fan while Qiu Yimeng's pretty face also wore the same light smile she had from the beginning. her pair of beautiful eyes casually glancing at the person coming towards them, a clear, gloating light apparent in her gaze. Being stared at by her, this man couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. Slowly advancing, this person condensed his strength to the limit, guarding himself as best he could as he bypassed Xianxia and Qiu Meng, finally arriving before Chu Gaoyi, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Humph! Chu Gaoyi suddenly snorted, greatly frightening the man, almost causing him strike back unconsciously. If he had really attacked, though, Chu Gaoyi could have fought back on the spot. Ha 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 ha! Xianxia saw this scene and couldn't help laughing raucously. Qiu Meng also let out a light giggle. This person acting so shamefully had definitely affected Xianxia's prestige. Now a bright shade of red, the man's face couldn't be more embarrassed, clenching his fists before charging forward recklessly into the hall, seemingly wanting to dispel his previous cowardly display. Smoothly entering the empty hall, he unexpectedly didn't encounter any obstacles. After disappearing into the hall for only a moment, the man rushed out once again, a big smile on his face, the flag in hand. Sixth young lord, I... But before he could finish what he was saying, there was a faint ripple in the shadows and then, silence. The man who was holding the flag still stood at the door, half of his body already outside, but forever unable to take that last step. The faces of Yang Zhao and Yang Xin suddenly changed, and all the cultivators behind them also paled. He's dead, the blood warrior beside Yang Zhao quickly said, his eyes focusing on the doorway. It's Ying Zhou's flickering shadow strike. Fast! Yang Zhao muttered involuntarily, quietly whispering, Did you see where Ying Zhou was hiding just now? No. The blood warrior slowly shook his head. Ying Zhou specializes in concealment and assassination. No one in the blood warrior hall can surpass him. It's extremely difficult for even the hall master and deputy hall master to seek out his location. There's almost no point in my trying to look for him. After a short pause, this blood warrior shook his head and said, What's curious is that Ying Zhou shouldn't have recovered from his injuries. So how could he execute his technique? Could he have managed to recover from his wounds? Yang Xin asked gruffly. Suddenly seeing one of his allies die had put him in a bad mood. Impossible! Yang Xin's blood warrior interjected, also shaking his head. Chu Gaoyi and Ying Zhou both sustained serious injuries, and when we saw them earlier today, their blood force and true qi were both unsteady. It's not possible for them to restore themselves after less than one day. Mad tyrant blood skill, Yang Zhao confidently inferred. The two blood warriors who spoke before silently nodded, a trace of grief on their faces. Ying Zhou activating his mad tyrant blood skill in his condition was no different from burning through the rest of his life force. After tonight, there would be no more Ying Zhou in this world. The blood warriors were both saddened, although they wouldn't show anything on their faces, but each of them was as close to each other as blood brothers. Any of them would gladly give their own life if it meant saving their fellow blood warriors. How long can he sustain his mad tyrant blood skill? Yang Zhao asked. Even though he was not willing to answer, the blood warrior beside him still resolutely responded. About half an hour. After that his vitality will be overdrawn. Then we wait. After half an hour we'll try again, Yang Zhao declared firmly. Immediately after these words, the front entrance of Yang Kai's compound entered a slightly tense yet tranquil reprieve. Only Xianxia was able to relax as he sat back in his chair, drinking and having fun while humming an unknown tune, his dandy appearance drawing looks of anger from all around. As time slowly passed, the long silence was difficult to endure. After half an hour, Yang Zhao nodded. It's time. Yang Shun's eyes flashed a decisive light as he ordered, Brother Qiu, this time, let two of your Qiu family masters go. I don't believe that I can't win Brother Kai's flag this time. Qiu Zirua heard this and smiled. Good. We'll follow sixth young lord's plan. Saying so, Qiu Zirua nodded towards two Immortal Ascension 5th stages masters from the Qiu family, the two men stepping forward a moment later. As they were about to enter the yard though, Qiu Meng suddenly said, Little brother, if I were you, I wouldn't treat the lives of both of them so lightly. Your decision is far too reckless. Qiu Zirua frowned for a moment before sneering. Elder sister, don't try to deceive me. Yang Kai is destined to be eliminated tonight. You have always been excellent at reading people, but this time you've really made a mistake. With so many of us here compared to so few of you, what hope do you have of resisting? Stubborn fool. Qiu Meng shook her head in disappointment, no longer trying to convince her younger brother. Yang Xin waited for the siblings to finish their conversation before waving his arm. All of you go up, half of you entangle Chu Gaoyi, the other half seize that flag for me. Shwa shwa shwa, with a fluttering sound. More than a dozen people flew down from the sky, half of them immortal Ascension boundary masters, the strongest of which had reached the 8th stage, while the rest were not weak. Among this dozen or so people, the 8th stage master along with 5 other strong immortal Ascension cultivators moved to encircle Chu Gaoyi. None of them attacked though, instead simply surrounding him. Even though they knew that this man had suffered a heavy blow, these first-class force cultivators still didn't dare take the initiative to attack a blood warrior. Chu Gaoyi, on the other hand, stood tall like the ancient mountain, unmoved by wind and storm, just glancing around at these people indifferently. Everyone else rushed towards the mansion's entrance, each of them racing towards the fresh corpse who still held Yang Kai's flag. Clear excitement could be seen on these people's faces, as if they had already seized victory. Ingzhou shouldn't be able to attack any longer, which meant that whoever got to the flag first would be the one to obtain it. This in itself was a great achievement for Yangxin, so how could there not be some kind of reward? 8 cultivators all ran frantically, each of them reaching out for the flag. But at that moment, the faint ripple which had appeared earlier resurfaced from the shadows, and a thin figure suddenly flickered before them. This man held 2 daggers in his hands and almost seemed to be one with the darkness. Instantly, the excitement on the faces of these 8 people transformed into horror. This thin figure blurred once again, splitting into a dozen phantoms, each one still exuding a cold dark pressure akin to a sharp drawn blade. Flickering shadow strike. A short burst of exclamations, screams, and blood splashed out. These 8 cultivators who were completely focused on trying to snatch the flag were utterly unable to withstand the silent assassination of this immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage blood warrior. In the twinkling of an eye, 3 people had already collapsed to the ground. The remaining 5 cultivators responded instantly, halting their advance and retreating as swiftly as possible, but none of them could avoid being injured in the process. A moment later, the scene fell silence again as the dust settled. Ingzhou stood there alone, holding his pair of daggers, just like a ghost in the darkness. Drifting back towards the mansion's entrance, he reached out and plucked the flag from the battle's first casualty before tossing it back into the hall. After accomplishing all this with ease, his figure slowly blurred once more, disappearing into thin air, leaving no trace behind that he was ever there other than a few scattered corpses. He hasn't used his mad tyrant blood skill, Yang Zhao muttered under his breath. The characteristics of a blood warrior after using their mad tyrant blood skill were obvious, but Ingzhou showed no such signs at all. Second brother, Yang Shen roared. He had mistakenly believed Yang Zhao, which had in turn led to the injury and deaths of several of his allies. Obviously he would be angry. Yang Zhao glanced at him coldly and frowned. It was second brother's mistake in judgment. Then my losses. Yang Shen started but hesitated, understanding that it was unrealistic to expect Yang Zhao to compensate him for his losses. He was only able to blame himself for not acting prudently enough. In front of the mansion's entrance, Ingzhou had appeared like a ghost, killed 3 people, and then faded back into the shadows. This brief series of events caused Yang Shen's allies to not dare intrude rashly again, each of them glancing around at one another, their gloomy expressions speaking louder than any words could. Yang Shen's face was also sullen, his stomach full of grievances, but still he didn't issue any further orders. Yang Zhao frowned as well, a million questions flashing across his mind. Ingzhou hadn't used his mad tyrant blood skill, but the strength he displayed was still so fierce. If he was still injured as he was earlier today, this should definitely not be the case. Yang Zhao had gathered intelligence before coming here and knew that although both Ingzhou and Chu Gaoyi were the elites of the Blood Warrior Hall, they were so heavily wounded right now that any Immortal Ascension Boundary 6 Stage Master should have easily been able to beat them. Did he really recover from his wounds already? Or did he have some special method to suppress his injury? In his confusion, Yang Zhao continued to speculate about various possibilities. As for Chu Gaoyi, he hadn't said a word from the beginning, nor had he moved at all. The biggest motion he had made was the simply glancing of his eyes. If not for him still breathing, this blood warrior could have been mistaken as dead. After being surrounded by 5 people, his expression hadn't changed at all, still remaining completely indifferent. Yang Zhao suddenly felt a headache. Although the strength he and Yang Xin had brought wasn't weak, if they wanted to snatch the flag under the eyes of 2 blood warriors, they would need to take some big risks. The biggest question now was just how much strength these 2 blood warriors could display. If all of this was simply an act to deceive them, then Yang Zhao had confidence in letting Yang Kai retire tonight. But if not, after a long silence, Yang Zhao coldly snorted and said, "Sixth brother, it looks like you can't eat the flag alone." Yang Xin's face remained cold and aloof. "In this case, second brother will lend you a hand." Yang Zhao stared down below and said unhurriedly. Tonight was a rare opportunity, and Yang Zhao didn't want to miss it. Even knowing that this decision wasn't the safest course of action, his instincts were telling him that this was the right decision. If second brother helps me, then the flag will belong to... Yang Shen had just suffered a loss, so he acted much more prudently, making sure to ask this question before agreeing. "We can discuss that later." Would Yang Zhao be willing to make a losing investment? Now that it wasn't clear where Yang Kai was, if he agreed to relinquish the flag as well, he might not gain anything for his efforts tonight. Yang Shun's brow wrinkled, but he didn't quarrel with Yang Zhao about him going back on their agreement. Eventually just nodding in agreement. Good. With 4 of the masters amongst his allies being killed already, Yang Shen was anxious to achieve a win in order to salvage the situation. "Then let's go." Yang Zhao chuckled and waved his hand. 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters behind Yi Xian Rou, as well as masters from the Xiang and Nan families stepped forward. Yang Xin also signaled to the people he had brought, silently telling them to prepare. At this moment, the 2 brothers had joined forces, and more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Masters flew down towards the mansion's front yard, along with a large group of true element boundary cultivators. Heh. Let me make it clear first. You all can play, but don't get me involved. This young master is just here to watch the fun. Hua Xingchen chuckled and took the initiative to step back. Zhou Yimeng sneered at his words and sent swift kick to his ass, causing him to stumble forward while Xiang Tianshao also stepped up. The people from the Autumn Rain Hall and the ones brought by Xiang Tianshao also suddenly appeared, immediately filling out the defense line. Unfortunately, although there were a lot of them, their strength wasn't high. The masters brought by Yang Zhao and Yang Shun obviously weren't afraid of these newcomers, not even slowing their pace as they approached the mansion's entrance. Chu Gaoyi, who had stood still as a mountain this whole time, suddenly roared, a violent wave of true qi bursting from his body causing a heavy pressure to be felt by everyone in the yard. Calling out in a thunderous voice, he firmly declared, "If you want to enter the mansion, you'll have to pass me first." Full of vigor, Chu Gaoyi showed no signs of injury at all. Yang Zhao and Yang Shen's people who had been focusing on the shadows where Ing Zhou was lurking suddenly froze. Listening to Chu Gaoyi, they fell into a dilemma, not knowing which option was worse, many of them eventually deciding to advance towards Chu Gaoyi. Seeing this, the tall blood warrior showed a fierce grin. The blood warriors were only responsible for passively counterattacking because of the family rules. If they didn't attack him, he couldn't take the initiative himself. But now that others had shown aggression, Chu Gaoyi could display his strength without hesitation, his figure suddenly turning into an azure flash. The next moment Chu Gaoyi appeared in the middle of a large group of enemies. Known as the most explosive member of the Blood Warrior Hall, Chu Gaoyi was most proficient at short bursts of intense strength. He could completely burn through his true qi and spiritual energy in a single incense stick worth of time. During this period, amongst the Immortal Ascension boundary, he was basically invincible. A pulse of spiritual energy so thick it was nearly visible to the naked eye bursts forth from Chu Gaoyi's mind as a potent soul skill swept the surroundings, swiftly followed up by a series of lethal martial skills. In an instant, the entire yard had turned into a chaotic battlefield. No one had thought that this supposedly heavily wounded blood warrior would dare to rush head first into their lines, and that each move he made would be an all-out attack, not paying the single bit of attention to defending himself. After 3 breaths of time, one person had fallen to the ground dead, and another had been sent flying, bursting into a blood mist, even his bones disintegrating into dust. Yang Zhao, Yang Xin, Xiang Chu, Nanshang, Qiu Ziruo, and all the other youths hailed as prodigies of the younger generation suddenly trembled at the bloody massacre occurring before them. None of them had expected that the outbreak of battle would be so ferocious. On the other hand, the 2 blood warriors who followed the Tuyang family young lords looked at each other and grinned. With their eyesight, it was natural for them to see that Chu Gaoyi had already completely recovered from his injuries. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to display such overwhelming combat potential. The question was, how did he restore himself? When they saw him during the day, he was still teetering on the verge of death. How had he managed to recover in less than a day from such a terrible condition? This was something beyond the comprehension of the 2 blood warriors. Chu Gaoyi's bold ferocity had immediately sent chills down his enemies' spines. After the deaths of 2 people, everyone shrunk back. No one dared to rush forward and face this monster again. What are you afraid of? With so many people, you can't even contain a single blood warrior. Yang Zhao saw the situation was deteriorating and roared vigorously. Now, he had already committed himself. There was no way out. There would only be victory or defeat. He had already witnessed Yang Kai's potential. If he didn't defeat his 9th brother tonight, this youngest brother of his would definitely become a strong enemy to him in the future. Even more terrible than his eldest brother Yang Wei. I must end this tonight, Yang Zhao secretly decided in his heart. His shout managed to improve his men's morale. The people who were attacked by Chu Gaoyi were only deterred by the blood warrior's sudden burst of strength. But once they stabilized themselves, they quickly discovered that even this fierce warrior wasn't invincible. Chu Gaoyi had only attacked and completely neglected his defense. So although he had forced all of them back and even took the opportunity to kill 2 people, he had also wound up with a lot of minor scars on his body. What's more, they had an absolute numerical advantage. As long as they paid attention to avoiding Chu Gaoyi's killing blows, they shouldn't have any trouble containing this blood warrior. Of course, that was unless he active his mad tyrant blood skill, but with no one to buy him time, he was unlikely to be able to use this forbidden technique. After a moment of consideration, everyone's regained their confidence and began launching their own martial skills and using their artifacts to fight back. Instantly, a flurry of attacks from all directions flew towards Chu Gaoyi, tightly encircling him in an inescapable net. Facing so many varied attacks, even though Chu Gaoyi was an elite of the Blood Warrior Hall, he still wound up with many new bloody scars on his body. However, never once did he let out a sound, still continuing to wantonly unleash his true qi and spiritual energy. If this continued, the final outcome would undoubtedly be Chu Gaoyi's death, but more than half of Yang Xin and Yang Zhao's allies would certainly be accompanying him to the underworld. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful expression tightened, quickly glancing over at the mansion's entrance before turning to observe Yang Zhao and Yang Shun, her thoughts quickly revolving. Ying Zhou couldn't move now. Once he left his position, Yang Zhao and Yang Shun could easily intrude and seize the flag under the protection of their respective blood warrior. Him hiding in the darkness was the ultimate deterrent to Yang Zhao, Yang Shen, and their allies. Ying Zhou was obviously aware of this fact, so even though Chu Gaoyi was in a life-threatening situation, he continued to watch indifferently. However, without Ying Zhou's assistance, Chu Gaoyi alone was not enough to defeat their enemies. Qiu Yimeng understood this well. At this moment, there is nothing wrong with the flag's defense. The biggest problem was that this blood warrior couldn't be allowed to die. Otherwise, the power that Yang Kai had in his hands would be greatly damaged. Go up and assist. After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Yimeng decisively ordered. The members of the Autumn Rain Hall all dashed out in response, quickly followed by Xiang Tianshao and the Xiang family's cultivators who accompanied him. Led by their second young lord, all of them bravely drew their artifacts and charged into the fray. With Xiang Tianzhao's strength, it was naturally impossible for him to challenge the immortal Ascension masters, but among the people brought by Yang Zhao Yang Shun, not all of them had reached such a boundary, there were still plenty of true element cultivators amongst them. These people were Xiang Tianzhao's current objective. Killing one of them meant there was one less of them. Seeing Xiang Tianzhao rushed into battle, Xiang Chu couldn't help snickering, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. This younger half-brother of his really had excellent aptitude, and his forthright personality had made him quite popular amongst the family elders. But even if he was an outstanding warrior, he would never be the Xiang family's patriarch. It was precisely because he would always be the first to charge into a fight that he was incapable of being the patriarch. What patriarch would be the first to enter a battle when he had the option to sit back and observe? If this was really the case, then this world's families would have to change their patriarch every few days. A patriarch had to have the bearing of a patriarch. It was the patriarch's responsibility to stay behind the front lines and coordinate the overall situation. Rushing ahead was the way of an uncouth barbarian. Staring at Xiang Tianzhao's figure, Xiang Chu's gaze gradually became cold, a hint of malicious intent flashing across his eyes. "You go too." Qiu Yimeng turned to look at Huixingchen, who even now was simply standing to the side smiling. "Me too." Huixingchen widened his eyes and gawked. "Of course, you idiot. You're the young lord of the Hua family. Who here would dare kill you?" Qiu Yimeng said in an exasperated voice before grabbing Huixingchen's collar and throwing him into the chaotic battlefield. Huixingchen let out a pitiful cry before falling like a meteor into the middle of the crowd, slamming into the ground and bouncing a few times. Qiu Yimeng called out in a sweet voice as she laughed pleasantly. "No one here dares to kill you. At most they'll just hurt you a bit. Smelly woman." Huixingchen roared out bitterly as he struggled to his feet, gradually restoring his thoughts as she ground his teeth, suddenly raising his head and shouting with a cheap grin, "Don't even think of hitting me. I'll tell you now. I am Huixingchen, the sole inheritor of the Hua family. Anyone who hits me will from now on be my enemy." Huixingchen's loud declaration, along with his reputation as the central capital's first delinquent, had obviously made a big impression on everyone present. When they heard this awkward statement, both sides of the battle couldn't help turning their eyes towards him. Yang Zhao and Yang Shun's faces even cramped up in annoyance. Huixingchen's presence on the battlefield had essentially tied one hand behind everyone's back. Anyone who was engaged in close-quarter combat had to take care to avoid him, and those who were using their true chi to launch ranged attacks had to ensure he was not in their line of fire. Otherwise, if they were really to injure him with his rampant personality, they wouldn't get off easily. At that time, even with the protection of Yang Zhao and Yang Shen, the one who hurt Huixingchen wouldn't be able to avoid his revenge. Among all the people present, only those direct descendants of the 8 great families were qualified to exchange blows with him. But amidst such a chaotic battlefield, even Yang Zhao and Yang Shen hesitated to entering the fray. Before Huixingchen's words were finished though, an Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator that was struck back by Chu Gao Yi crashed into the young delinquent's shoulder. Young Lord Hua immediately erupted into a rage, sending a palm to the man's face and roaring at the top of his lungs. "Fuck! I just said that I am Huixingchen. Do you have no eyes or what? Is your head broken? You think you can get away with attacking this young master?" The Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage master was just beaten by Chu Gao Yi. His blood force was unsteady as he heaved for breath, and now Huixingchen had given him a big slap to his face. His chest was filled with bitterness and anger, but there was nowhere for him to vent, only able to cough up some blood before falling to the ground weakly. He had actually fainted on the spot. "You blind bastard!" Huixingchen snorted. Seeing this episode, Yang Zhao and Yang Shen's expression became even uglier. Huixingchen's approach was simply too roguish. Except for him, which young lord of the central capital's 8 great families could act so shamelessly? Yi Xian Rou of the Yi family also wore a bitter smile on her charming face, while Qiu Zirua simply shook his head helplessly. All of them were ashamed to be associated with this person. On the other hand, Qiu Yimeng, standing in the distance, smiled and enjoyed the performance of this delinquent young lord. Wherever Huixingchen walked, the battlefield descended into chaos. Whoever saw him had to step back and avoid him like the plague. Standing in the midst of the fight, he scratched his head, calling out in an aggrieved voice, "Qiu Yimeng, Can I come back? No one wants to fight with me. After his display just now, who would dare to fight with him? After all, despite his brazen attitude and conduct, he was still the Hua family's only inheritor, unlike other families who had at least a few descendants that the patriarch's position could be passed down to. No, just stay out there. Qiu Yimeng replied with a smile, already having realized that the role this young Lord Hua could play here wasn't small. Come on, Hua Xingqian said bitterly. Outside the battle, Yi Xianro turned around and softly said, Second young lord, let me go handle him. Yi Xianro's reputation wasn't as loud as Qiu Yimeng's, but she was still a leader of the young generation in the central capital. Some people even lumped her with Qiu Yimeng as the central capital's two flowers. Her personal strength wasn't weak, and with a variety of extraordinary artifacts at her disposal, she had enough capital to compete with an ordinary Immortal Ascension boundary first-stage expert. Against the delinquent Hua Xingqian, she was quite confident in obtaining victory. Others not daring to move this young lord didn't mean those from the 8 great families wouldn't. However, when Yang Zhao heard her request, he simply shook his head, his expression becoming dignified as he simply said, You're not his opponent. Yi Xianro smiled sweetly and argued back. Second young lord doesn't need to worry, although I may appear delicate, in fact, I also have some skill. Yang Zhao smiled lightly and said with a deep meaning, I naturally understand your skill, and I am not belittling you in any way, but it is actually you who is belittling this young Lord Hua. Yi Xianro expression finally changed as she hesitantly asked, You mean he? Yang Zhao chuckled. Before the Yang family's children returned to the central capital, the younger generation had 3 stars and Hua Xingqian was ranked 3rd. Do you think he is famous only because of his lasciviousness? Xianro, you look down on the Hua family's heritage too much. Yi Xianro's face tightened slightly before she nodded gently. What second young lord says makes sense. Perhaps because I don't have a good opinion of this person, I have failed to evaluate his strength appropriately. As these two were talking, Xianxia signaled silently to one of the Immortal Ascension boundary masters he had brought with him. This Immortal Ascension boundary master quietly separated himself from the siege of Chugaoyi and began stealthily making his way towards Xiang Tianxiao, who was currently engaged in battle with another true element boundary cultivator. The battlefield was a mess, so no one had the spare energy to pay attention to such a small detail. Even Xiang Tianxiao himself was unaware of it. A moment later, this Immortal Ascension boundary master came up to Xiang Tianxiao's side, his eyes flashing a sinister light as he released an invisible spiritual energy. However, at that exact instant, Hua Xingqian for some reason or another stumbled slightly and took a few steps to regain his balance. These few steps had actually planted him right in front of Xiang Tianxiao. His appearance here coincided with this Immortal Ascension master's spiritual energy attack. A blue halo suddenly enveloped Hua Xingqian's body. Obviously, it was a soul-type artifact he carried with him to defend himself. Seeing this blue glow around himself, Hua Xingqian immediately began looking left and right, his eyes quickly meeting with those of the Immortal Ascension boundary master who had just attacked Xiang Tianxiao. Seeing this man's faltering expression, Hua Xingqian couldn't help but grin. Bastard! You dare use a soul skill to attack this young master? You have some balls. Unfortunately for you, I have a soul defense artifact on my body. What? Were you thinking your sneak attack would actually succeed? Such a development was far outside this man's expectations, and he instantly froze up in panic. Just now, someone had accidentally bumped into Hua Xingqian and had publicly received a slap across his face. But from an outsider's perspective, he had intentionally used a soul skill to attack this walking disaster. How could he possibly expect a good end? Immediately, cold sweat began pouring down this man's forehead, quickly waving his hands as he attempted to explain. Young Lord Hua, I didn't intend to. Hua Xingqian's contorted into a fierce grin, his teeth grinding eerily. You didn't intend to what? Are you trying to say that you just unintentionally attacked me? As he spoke, Hua Xingqian raised his hand and slapped towards the man's face. The master instinctively raised his hand to block Hua Xingqian's slap, but quickly realized that this was the wrong move, his expression becoming even more frantic and ugly. I mean, young Lord Hua, you're a noble young man, You wouldn't lower your status by dealing with someone like me, right? Enough bullshit. Huixingchun grinned maliciously. You're from the Xiang family, right? Today, this young master swears, if I doesn't waste you, my name will no longer be Huixingchun. Stand there and don't move. Hearing such a declaration, how could this man dare to move? He could only helplessly stand there, awaiting his fate. If just now he didn't instinctively block that slap and had just let Huixingchun vent his anger, he likely wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable situation. The bitterness in his mouth was near unbearable. Huixingchun turned around and from some unknown corpse on the battlefield picked up a sword. Waving it a few times, he nodded with satisfaction before slowly walking back, standing in front of the man, his eyes flashing an icy chill as he looked him over from head to toe. You decide, should I chop you with this sword, or do you want to do it yourself? Even though this master had weathered his fair share of storms, he still couldn't help feeling terrified at these words, quickly turning eyes filled with prayer to Xianxia. But to his disappointment, Xianxia could only stare back at him awkwardly. Although he was the future heir of the Xiang family, the Xiang family was still just a first-class force. How could it afford to offend the Hua family? Xianxia didn't dare provoke Huixingchun, who was infamous for his rouge behavior. Seeing the bitter smile on Xianxia's face, the master also knew that there was no escaping bad luck today. Gritting his teeth and muttering in a depressed tone, "Young Lord Hua, you can do it yourself. Good. Seems you're not a total waste after all." Huixingchun was somewhat surprised that this man didn't put up any kind of resistance. As soon as Huixingchun spoke, his blade chopped down with a cold flash of light. With a muffled thump, the master standing in front of Huixingchun was suddenly missing one of his arms, a fountain of blood erupting from his shoulder. Heh! Looks like you do have some balls. Not even screaming after you lost an arm. The man was unbelievably aggrieved but still didn't dare to resist, slowly circulating his true qi to slow the flow of blood. Pale and gnashing his teeth, he eventually managed to mutter, "Many thanks, young Lord Hua, for sparing this one's life." Huixingchun said carelessly, "You Xiang family people have lost an arm, same for the Nan family. If all of you don't plan to withdraw from this inheritance war, this young master might just cut an arm off each of you. Later, you'll have to rename yourself the One-Armed Xiang family and the One-Armed Nan family. Ha ha ha." To this outburst of laughter, Xianxia and Nanshang's faces turned red then blue. Huixingchun's words were obviously ridiculing the fact that 4 masters from their families had already been forced to waste an arm by Yang Kai. This was an incredibly shameful stain on the Xiang and Nan families' reputations. Whether it was Xianxia or Nanshang, both of them couldn't help clenching their fists at this moment. This time, they had followed Yang Zhao in order to get revenge on Yang Kai, but after fighting for so long, Yang Kai had never shown up, while their families had been thoroughly insulted by the delinquent Huixingchun. Even one of their clansmen had been forced to lose an arm. This was simply even more embarrassing than slapping their own faces. "Second young lord, please seek justice for us." Xianxia grit his teeth and begged Yang Zhao, a clear anger and hatred in his tone. He was truly enraged. Yang Zhao's brow also wrinkled slightly. To be honest, he didn't want to go down and fight right now. Chu Gaoyi was still attacking wildly, and the raging energy he was releasing made every corner of the battlefield unsafe for someone of his cultivation level. But more importantly, Yang Kai had still yet to appear. He was concerned that his youngest brother had some scheme up his sleeve and was just playing the pig to eat a tiger right now. However, the Xiang and Nan families were a big boost for him. If he didn't stand out at this moment, it would have a chilling effect on his allies. Mulling over his options for a moment, Yang Zhao finally nodded. "Good. This young lord will deal with him myself." Hearing these words, Xianxia and Nanshang smiled happily. The next moment, Yang Zhao and his accompanying blood warrior descended onto the battlefield. As soon as Yang Zhao appeared, Huixingchun quickly adjusted his delinquent look, immediately becoming dignified as he said, "Second young lord's demeanor is as elegant as before." Yang Zhao chuckled lightly in response. "No one else dares to touch you, so I have to accompany you personally." Huixingchun smiled wryly and said, "Is that so? Looking back at Xiao Yimeng, he called out, "Beauty, think of a way to save me, or else I'll be smashed by this second young lord. Although I want Yang Kai to lose, I don't want to be captured either. That would be too shameful." Xiao Yimeng simply smiled though, picking up a piece of fruit from a nearby table as she sat down on Huixing Chen's former chair. "It's all right in any case. Whether you're here or not doesn't make much of a difference, does it? You can leave with peace of mind. How can you be so uncaring? Oh, the most poisonous thing is a woman. Is the Central Capital Wolf Lord still unclear about such a basic truth?" Qiu Yimeng laughed playfully. Huixing Chen found himself speechless. "Do take care, young Lord Hua." Yang Zhao chuckled as he kindly reminded him, slowly stepping forward with great force. Suddenly, a series of strange cracks appeared on the ground, almost like something was burrowing down below, and a horrible energy surged forth towards Huixing Chen. Evil Spirit Earth Dragon Technique. A heaven-grade top-rank martial skill that Yang Zhao was proficient in. Each of these dragon phantoms was condensed from the soul of a fifth-order monster beast, and were stored and nourished by Yang Zhao inside his own body. They could be used flexibly to oppose an enemy, allowing the second young lord to both attack and defend simultaneously. On top of that, the number of earth dragons Yang Zhao could control was 7. With this one technique, whenever he faced an enemy in the true element boundary, he could often achieve victory without even personally needing to attack. Huixing Chen quickly adjusted himself and leapt backwards, displaying a profound movement skill which left behind a faint lotus image with each step he took. These lotuses instantly blossomed and entrapped the approaching earth dragons, blocking their path forward. Moon-covering lotus step. This was also a heaven-grade top-rank martial skill that perfectly offset Yang Zhao's evil spirit earth dragon technique. After retreating a total of 7 steps, Huixing Chen seemed to calm himself from his panic and paused, looking up at Yang Zhao and wiping the sweat from his forehead, chuckling. "Second young lord, must you embarrass me? We have some friendship after all. The last time I visited the red light district, you also invited me." "Don't talk nonsense." Yang Zhao couldn't help interjecting, immediately snorting coldly. "You really are playing the pig to eat a tiger? Whatever second young lord is implying, I don't understand." "Heh. But since the second young lord has decided to move, this young master will naturally accompany you." As he spoke, Huixing Chen raised both his hands energetically. One hand held wind qi, the other thunder. As the wind whistled and the thunder rumbled, the two energies quickly combined into one as he pushed his palms towards Yang Zhao. Wind and Thunder Grand Palm Seal. This was one of the Hua family's mysterious grade low-rank martial skills. The two forces of the wind and thunder would harmonize with each other, greatly increasing each other's might. However, Yang Zhao didn't show any signs of alarm. On the contrary, his expression was light and carefree, not showing any meaning of dodging at all, only revealing a free and easy grin. "Capture him for me." When the wind and thunder grand palm seal was right in front of him, Yang Zhao suddenly shouted. Huixing Chen's face instantly cramped as he shouted, "Second young lord? Isn't that inappropriate?" In response, Yang Zhao just shrugged his shoulders and chuckled. The wicked have their own ways of dealing with wicked people. During the conversation between the two, the blood warrior beside Yang Zhao had already taken action. The blood warriors were unable to actively attack due to the inheritance wars rules, but now that Huixing Chen had attacked Yang Zhao, this master was free to counterattack. Yang Zhao had apparently planned to get his blood warrior to capture Huixing Chen from the beginning, so he didn't make any effort to block him from using his martial skill just now. Earlier, Huixing Chen had used shameless methods to stir up the enemy camp, so now Yang Zhao was all but cheating in order to deal with him. Obviously, this was intentional. With a wave of his hand, the blood warrior easily shattered the wind and thunder seal. Even if it was a mysterious grade low-rank martial skill, it was still only Huixing Chen who used it. After breaking the wind and thunder grand palm seal, the blood warrior did not hesitate to grab towards Huixing Chen. The young lord whose expression turned bitter, seemingly not having thought Yang Zhao would act as shamelessly as himself. But in the instant Huixing Chen was about to be captured, from the shadows, 2 black-clothed figures appeared in front of him. one of them protecting the delinquent young lord while the other sent out a palm strike to greet the Blood Warrior. The master from the Blood Warrior Hall immediately became serious, pushing his true chi madly to increase the might of his attack. With a bang, the black-clothed man retreated a few steps before finally stabilizing himself while the Blood Warrior stood his ground. After a single move, the difference in strength between these two was easy to judge. The Blood Warrior was definitely stronger, but the two black-cloaked men were also not weak. Does he also have such helpers? Yang Zhao's expression became solemn. Never had he thought that Yang Kai's mansion would have so many high-level masters lying in ambush. With just Chu Gaoyi and Ying Zhou, the majority of his and Yang Shen's people were already occupied. Since Chu Gaoyi was about to run out of true chi and spiritual energy, victory was within sight. But now, all of a sudden, these two masters who were not much weaker than blood warriors had appeared. That meant that Yang Kai's compound had the equivalent of 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters guarding it. There was also a group of people from the Qiu family's Autumn Rain Hall, the Xiang family, and Huixingchen. On the other hand, although Yang Zhao and Yang Shen's forces weren't inferior to this lineup, even faintly having the advantage, with their two blood warriors unable to take the initiative to attack, wanting to conquer this place was nothing but a fantasy. Where did Ninth Brother find so many strong allies? Yang Zhao's eyes almost went bloodshot. The hell? Huixingchen stared dumbfounded at the two masked black men who had suddenly emerged. Yang Zhao didn't know who these two were, but obviously he did. These two men had followed him for so many years, so by now Huixingchen could recognize them even if he was blindfolded. The two masters had hidden their faces, making them look rather suspicious, but he was clear they're the guardians who had always been watching over him. For a time, Yang Zhao and Huixingchen were both stunned. Seeing this development, Qiu Yimeng, who sat on Huixingchen's chair, couldn't help laughing happily. It seemed like she had won her bet. Yang Shen's face was also dark as night. After the two sides fought each other for a moment longer, Yang Zhao grit his teeth and loudly said, "Let's go!" With no hope of eating up Yang Kai tonight, what point was there in sticking around? Yang Zhao was also a decisive person. With this one command, the cultivators who were besieging Chu Gaoyi immediately fell back. Chu Gaoyi was bloody and gasping for breath, so obviously he didn't try to stop them, instead just staring at the retreating enemies. The Autumn Rain Hall and Xiang Tianzhao's people also separated themselves from their matches and assumed a defensive stance. Sixth Young Lord, is this all right? Zhou Ziruo was clearly quite unwilling. He more than most wanted to beat Yang Kai tonight to prove his ability, so when he heard Yang Zhao's order to retreat, he was more than a little upset. "What else do you want to do?" Yang Shen angrily retorted, his stomach full of grievances with nowhere to vent. In tonight's battle, he had clearly suffered more serious losses than Yang Zhao, so it was obvious his mood would not be good. Saying so, Yang Shen sighed and was about to leave with Yang Zhao when a figure suddenly flew in from outside. A loud voice calling out, "If you left just like this, Ninth Brother would feel a little remiss. Let me deliver a little gift for Second Brother and Sixth Brother to bring back." As he spoke, an overwhelming sword wave descended from the sky. 9-star sword sex mysterious grade martial skill, strike of 10,000 swords. Amidst this violent sword wave, a purple halo burst forth as a frigid soul skill engulfed the courtyard below. Simultaneously, the roars of a tiger and ox resounded as two monster beast phantoms tore into the crowd. 1,000 of razor-sharp crimson petals fluttered through the air like snowflakes, leaving behind trails of blood in their path. This flurry of attacks arrived at Yang Zhao and Yang Shen's forces almost all at once, instantly filling the just-calmed atmosphere with a thick murderous intent. "Young Master, watch out!" A scream sounded. The two blood warriors first protected Yang Zhao and Yang Shen while the masters from the Xiang family, Nan family, Qiu family, and Yi family all rushed to shield the young masters of their own families from this torrent of attacks. The energy between heaven and earth suddenly fell into disorder as true qi violently raged about. After a while, this earth-shaking movement gradually subsided. Of those who had come to attack Yang Kai's compound tonight, 7 fell to the ground after this one encounter, while everyone else remaining didn't get off scot-free. As Yang Zhao stared up into the starry sky with cold eyes, the still hovering Yang Kai stood tall, holding a red sword in his hands with a big smile on his face, casually saying, "Good evening, my brothers." Ninth brother was just out for a bit and was negligent in his hospitality. But such minor things don't matter between us, do they? Hearing these words, Yang Zhao's face twitched slightly while Yang Shun called out in disbelief. Ninth brother really was out this whole time? Before, when Hua Xingchan and Qiu Yimeng said that Yang Kai was not at home, he and Yang Zhao obviously didn't believe them, thinking that Yang Kai was simply too afraid of being captured, so he had hid inside his mansion somewhere. But now that they saw him flying back from outside his compound's walls, they had no choice but to believe. Right? Yang Kai nodded. The night air was pleasant, so I went out to visit third brother's house. I didn't expect that I would actually have guests of my own tonight. If I had, I would have stayed in to offer proper entertainment. Third brother's house. Yang Zhao's eyes narrowed, suddenly realizing just how daring this ninth brother of his was, even feeling a bit of admiration for him. Taking a deep breath, Yang Zhao asked, "What happened to third brother?" "Third brother has been defeated." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Fifth brother and seventh brother joined forces to attack him, so obviously third brother was unable to endure. Third brother not being able to endure was to be expected. Rather, it is brother Kai who has given second brother a big surprise. You actually managed to quietly gather so many allies. Second brother is impressed. Second brother exaggerates. Yang Kai smiled offhandedly. So, who acquired the flag and who managed to capture third brother? Listening to Yang Zhao's question, Yang Shun also perked up his ears in interest. "You'll hear about what happened tomorrow," Yang Kai said as he smiled meaningfully. Not saying another word, Yang Zhao didn't ask any more, instead just nodding slightly as he wore a light smile. "In that case, second brother will take his leave. Brother Kai, let us settle this score later. Next time, second brother will be fully prepared. I hope you don't let me down. I'll do my best to satisfy you. Let's go." Yang Zhao snorted and swiftly led his allies away. Xianxia and Nansheng both glanced towards Yang Kai fearfully before leaving. The impression Yang Kai had left on them the last time they had met at Taifang Mountain was too deep. Even though they had been clamoring for revenge at this moment, when they came face to face with him again, they couldn't help trembling, feeling somewhat timid. With Yang Zhao leaving, Yang Shun naturally didn't linger, ordering his allies to retrieve the bodies of their fallen comrades before disappearing into the night. And so, the battles on the first night of the Inheritance War finally came to an end. Inside the Seal Temple, the 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary Grand Elders all slowly opened their eyes, withdrawing their powerful divine senses, a faint look of awe emerging on their faces as they cast their gazes out across War City. For those who had reached their age and realm, it was very hard to have anything in this world excite them. But tonight, someone had indeed done so. After a moment of silence, a white-haired old man asked with a voice that sounded somewhat weak, "The northwest corner, which junior from the Yang family does it belong to?" Pondering for a moment, one of the other old men replied, "It seems to be the youngest one." Everyone gently nodded and sighed. Since ancient times, heroes have always been born from the younger generation. Yang Liting, the Grand Elder from the Yang family dispatched to the Seal Temple, couldn't help but laugh heartily. Even though he no longer pursued material things in the outside world, his martial heart calm as a breezeless lake, after glimpsing Yang Kai's performance tonight, he still felt a little buoyant thinking about the future of this Yang family successor. The Qiu family's Grand Elder, Qiu Daoren, also nodded in approval. With such courage and strength, he is indeed impeccable. However, in the Inheritance War, these 2 points alone cannot guarantee victory. It remains to be seen if he has enough allies as well. It seems we must pay more attention to his performance. This time's Inheritance War seems like it will be more exciting than in previous one. Everyone nodded once more at this sentiment. 8 Grand Elders at the above Immortal Ascension boundary, characters that were treated as honored ancestors even in the 8 great families, had penetrated every corner of War City with their divine sense earlier this night to monitor the various young lords' movements. Yang Kai's actions had naturally failed to elude their perception. The only thing that these 8 people couldn't understand was what method he had used in order to suddenly unleash such a violent spiritual energy. Given his cultivation realm, it was impossible for him to have already cultivated out his divine sense. So the only explanation was that this youngest Yang family young lord had acquired a very powerful soul-type artifact, which gave the illusion of being able to release his divine sense. Although these 8 elders were more interested in Yang Kai now, it was only limited to this. These old men would not participate nor interfere in the inheritance war in any way. They would be happy if Yang Kai were to win, but if he were to lose, they also wouldn't care. Even the Yang family's Yang Li Ting shared this mindset. When the 8 grand elders took back their ocean-like divine senses, Yang Kai involuntarily let out a sigh of relief, the faint vigilance that had always been hanging on his face finally relaxing as he unconsciously stole a glance towards the Seal Temple's location. Throughout the night, he could detect that someone was monitoring him, and there was more than one of them. But the divine senses of those people were so powerful that no matter what he did, he was unable to hide his whereabouts. Thinking about the information he had gathered related to the inheritance war, Yang Kai quickly understood who was spying him. Seems that I must break through to the immortal ascension boundary as soon as possible. Yang Kai felt that after opening his knowledge sea and with the assistance of the soul-warming lotus, he would be able to evade these old fogies' surveillance. The feeling of being constantly monitored was very uncomfortable. Even if he knew they wouldn't take any action towards him, Yang Kai refused to allow this to continue. After all, he had too many secrets hidden on him. Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng called out in good spirits, standing up from her chair and greeting him warmly. Glancing at the scene below him, Yang Kai quickly ordered, "Have some people clean up the blood and bodies here." The bodies left on the ground all belonged to his allies. The fallen that belonged to his enemies had already been taken away by them. The Qiu family's autumn rain hall had lost 6 people, while 7 of those who had followed Xiang Tianxiao had also died. In addition to these 13 bodies, there was a fair amount of blood spattered around. After issuing this order, his figure flickered and landed in front of Chu Gaoyi. In this battle, Chu Gaoyi had tied down nearly 10 Immortal Ascension boundary masters by himself, several of them even having reached the 7th or 8th stage. Obviously, he had reached his limit. If it weren't for him, the outcome of tonight's battle would be hard to predict. Now, Chu Gaoyi, who had just recovered from his previous injuries, was heavily wounded again. His entire body was covered in blood, some of it his own, some of it his enemies', and the menacing aura which he emitted had yet to disperse, giving him a particularly fierce appearance. Subordinate has fortunately not failed the little lord. Chu Gaoyi grit his teeth and quickly said, "And you've done very well." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Receiving such praise, Chu Gaoyi grinned ferociously before his burly body trembled lightly. From the shadows, Ingzhou emerged like a ghost beside Chu Gaoyi and supported him, ensuring he didn't embarrass himself by collapsing here. "Send him back to rest," Yang Kai said to Ingzhou. "Yes." Ingzhou nodded and helped Chu Gaoyi back into the mansion. Yang Kai then turned to look at the 2 black-clothed people who were still covering their faces and chuckled. "Many thanks for your work, seniors." The 2 men did not say anything, instead just casually cupping their fists to Yang Kai before disappearing into the darkness. Huixing Chun kept staring at them until the moment they vanished, his eyes a bit bloodshot, almost like he wanted to bore a hole into their backs with his stare and loudly chastise them for appearing here. After they left, Huixing Chun looked at Yang Kai, his expression somewhat blank, grinding his teeth as he somehow managed to mutter, "You're too much, even including this young master in your plans." Yang Kai smiled indifferently and shook his head in response. "Without them, this place would still be safe tonight. At most, you would have been taken away." "Good, good, good. This young master won't bother arguing with you." Huixing Chun also knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. With Ingzhou still unharmed and lurking in the shadows, neither Yang Zhao nor Yang Shen dared to act rashly. If they could truly cooperate, sending one of their blood warriors to entangle Ingzhou while the other went to retrieve the flag, they would have had a good chance at succeeding. But could they really cooperate sincerely? In the end, both of them were opponents. They could cooperate if it was mutually advantageous to do so, But with only one of them able to profit, how could they be willing to offer up their benefits to the other? Yang Kai had obviously understood this point, so he didn't have any reservations about boldly running out to seek trouble. As those from the Autumn Rain Hall and those who followed Xianxia were collecting the bodies of their fallen comrades, Yang Kai swept his eyes over them and said, "This is the inheritance war. Participating or not is your choice. Many of you may die, so you must be mentally prepared." Hearing this, those from the Autumn Rain Hall and Xiang family couldn't help wrinkling their brows, suddenly feeling like this Yang Kai was too uncaring. They had all come here to help him win this contest. Yet when some of them had died, he didn't even offer a single word of thanks nor comfort. So what if you're a Yang family young lord? The ones who died here weren't just livestock. They gave their lives for you. Seeming not noticing this subtle change in expression, Yang Kai simply continued in a solemn tone. "I will remember those who died here and will compensate for your losses several times over in the coming days. But for now I must simply ask you to wait." Qiu Yimeng's somewhat tight expression loosened at these words. This seemingly simple pledge was enough for her. The time she had spent with Yang Kai was neither long nor short, and she had never heard him swear to anything. But she knew that a man who doesn't make promises easily was definitely a man who would do what he says. At that moment, Qiu Yimeng was full of expectations for the future. She still remembered that Yang Kai had once said that he only wanted allies who would stand firmly beside him even in his most distressed and embarrassed moment. Those who were only interested in what benefits he could offer them, he didn't need. And now, these people here had all not hesitated to come to his aid during his weakest moment. Whatever other reasons they may have had, this alone had obviously won his approval. In the inheritance war, the sooner capital was invested, the greater the return would be. If you wanted to make true friends with a man, you must do so when he is weak. If he is already strong, you would have no chance. Qiu Yimeng felt she had made the right choice. This young man was really someone who could bring about miracles. The battle had left Yang Kai's compound seriously damaged, so after the people from the Autumn Rain Hall and Xiang family finished processing their fallen members, they immediately plunged into renovation work without even stopping to rest. Qiu Yimeng really took to her role as manager, organizing all the available manpower to efficiently patch up the mansion. As for the Hua family young lord, he had disappeared at some point and no one knew where he had gone. Outside Wu City, Hua Xingchan swaggered along for about 10 kilometers before slowly coming to a halt and shouting, "Come out! Why are you still bothering to hide?" The next moment, two old men at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage appeared from the darkness and came up to Hua Xingchan, shouting respectfully, "Young master." Hua Xingchan stared at them for a moment, his expression quite complicated. Only speaking after a long time, "Did father send you here to watch me?" One of the old men nodded and said, "Yes, Patriarch was afraid that danger might befall you tonight, so he dispatched us to protect young master from the shadows." Hua Xingchan was the only heir to the Hua family. No matter how he frustrated Hua Zhang, even openly opposing him when he chose to support Yang Kai earlier today, how could he rest easy with his son in such a dangerous place? Naturally, he had made some arrangements. "Ha! Let you protect me from the shadows?" Hua Xingchan grit his teeth. "Do you mean protect me in secret? Do you not even understand something so simple? If you do, then why did you jump out and expose yourselves? That Yang Zhao's henchman blood warrior wouldn't dare kill me. At most he would have captured me. This young master was never in danger of losing a hair. Yet both of you actually shamelessly wrapped your faces up and ran out on your own. You really frustrate this young master. Fortunately, you both concealed your identities and only exchanged a single blow with that blood warrior, so those people probably didn't see through your origins. Or else my Hua family would have lost all face this time. The Central Capital 8 great families would all send out masters to participate in the inheritance war. But with the exception of the Yang family's blood warriors, the strongest cultivators they had ever sent would be Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage experts. Now, if the Hua family was discovered to have deployed 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage masters, they would definitely degenerate into laughingstock. The two masters glanced at each other with bitter expressions. The one who spoke before trying to explain, "Young master, we also have our own difficulties." "Difficulties?" What are these difficulties you speak of? Let's hear it. Huixing-chun squinted at the two. The two old men let out long sighs before recounting what happened during the day. As Huixing-chun listened, his expression became uglier, eventually unable to stop himself from laughing angrily. You sold yourself for 2 small pots of wine? I think you should just go to the Chiu family or Yang family and offer them your services. My Hua family probably doesn't have such precious nectar for you to enjoy. Please calm your anger, young master, the 2 masters said hurriedly, quickly following up. The point was that those 2 pots of wine were delivered personally by young Lady Chiu. We really had no way to refuse. Huixing-chun spat disdainfully and glared at them, grinding his teeth over and over as he muttered. That pair of smiling wretches are too sinister. It's also you 2 idiots' fault for not hiding yourselves well enough, letting them discover your whereabouts. The Hua family's 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters both wore extremely awkward expression, wanting to explain to their young master that they had perfectly concealed themselves, but were finally unable to utter any words. Even until now, they still didn't understand how they had been exposed, so all they could do was silently accept this rebuke. Ha! This is the end of this young master. A death without burial, unable to even enter the heavens. Huixing-chun sighed and shook his head. Young master, what happened? The 2 masters were shocked. They had followed Huixing-chun for so many years, yet they had never once heard him make such a serious declaration. When he had spoken so, the 2 of them had immediately examined Huixing-chun's body. If something was truly wrong with him, how could they not worry? This young master now has to streak 10 laps around War City naked. What difference is that from being dead? Huixing-chun said with a sigh of bitterness. The looks on the 2 masters' faces suddenly cramped up, secretly thinking that although their young master was famous for his drinking, gambling, and womanizing from young till now, he hadn't shown any interest in this kind of indecent hobby. At a glance, the 2 seemed to have pictured Huixing-chun streaking around the city streets, his unfettered appearance causing shrieks and screams from all the women who inhabited War City. In an instant they felt dumbstruck, half wanting to curse, half wanting to laugh. Quickly collecting themselves, one of them hesitantly asked, Young master, what is this all about? How come you suddenly want to? Why do you need to do this? Is someone forcing you? Nobody is forcing me. It's just that this young master was impulsive during the day and gambled with that little bastard Yang Kai. Huixing-chun felt an unbridled anger well up inside him when remembered the scene of him betting with Yang Kai earlier today. That brat Yang Kai clearly knew what the outcome tonight would be and lured him into a trap by making himself look like he had no hope of surviving, only using a single golden feather eagle to tempt him into making this ridiculous wager. At that time, he felt that Yang Kai was being whimsical and foolish, but now it seems the dumb one wasn't Yang Kai but actually himself. As he briefly summarized about the bet he had made to them, the 2 Hua family masters were left speechless. Both of them knew the disposition of their young master well. Huixing-chun had a terrible reputation outside, filled with rumors of debauchery and delinquency. But if he dared speak words, he would always honor them. In other words, when it came to gambling, he was quite upstanding. Though he liked to play rogue, he had never once gone back on a debt. A perfect example was when he didn't have enough silver to compensate for his losses. He had directly transferred ownership of the Profound Light Gang to Yang Kai. It was obvious from this point that Huixing-chun was a decisive person who disdained owing other people, whether it was in terms of gambling or relationships. Since he had made this bet and now lost, according to his personality, if he couldn't find a way out of it, he really would have to strip down and run 10 laps around War City. The 2 masters could almost certainly predict that once news of such an incident was passed back to the Hua family, Huazhang would be so mad he would spit blood. What wonderful plan do you have to let this young master escape this tribulation? Speak up, Huixing-chun said as he walked over to a large stone and sat down. The 2 masters both exchanged a glance before one of them lightly coughed and replied, Young master, I don't believe young Lord Kai really wants to see you streak 10 laps around War City. Regardless of how it happened, the young master is still one of his allies, so he will likely give you some face. If you go explain things to him, he should be willing to make big things small and make small things nothing. Bullshit. Hu Xingchen snorted. Although this young master hasn't known that brat for long, but I already understand his personality quite well. He's even more decisive, stubborn, and ruthless than this young master. If I can't find some way to appease him, he'll definitely make me run 10 laps. He might even be looking for me right now. While saying so, he ground his teeth. Damn it, that bastard's personal strength is too freakish. If not, this young master would just beat him up to solve this problem. Thinking of the scene that night and thinking about the defeat Xiao suffered, Hu Xingchen suddenly felt forlorn. Both of them were young lords from the 8 great families, so why was he so much stronger than him? How do you want to appease him, young master? One of them heard Hu Xingchen's words and couldn't help but ask. I do not know, that's why I'm asking you. Hu Xingchen slumped over, showing a frustrated expression. After thinking for a moment, one of the 2 old men finally said, If that is the case, for better or worse, the young master has already declared that you are an ally of young Lord Kai, although the patriarch objected and refused to send any aid. But right now, what young Kai lacks the most is materials and manpower, while our Hu family has both strong financial resources and talented people. I think it's best if you convince your Lord Father to truly support young Lord Kai. That way he may exempt you for your gambling debt. After hearing his subordinate's proposal, Hu Xingchen cracked out a calculative grin. All right, those words were all from you and not me. I did not utter a single sentence, right? So, when you return back home and report to my old man, make sure you report this fact. Understand? After listening, the master was stunned, but understood what Hu Xingchen has planned. Showing a wry grin, the master could only resign to the fact that Hu Xingchen has thought up the same plan. However, Hu Xingchen just needed to master to realize the plan by inducing it through words. As a result, when Hu Zhang asked about what happened, he could feign innocence. Hu Zhang was no doubt annoyed with his son's decision and refused to give him the least bit of support, but if these 2 masters were to act as lobbyists, they may be able to convince the patriarch to mobilize manpower and supplies from the Hu family. Good, go now, we need to get this done before the sun rises tomorrow. Lest that bastard says that this young master refuses to keep his promises. Hu Xingchen folded his hands behind his back and swaggered off towards the central capital, the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters quickly following behind. When no one was watching, Hu Xingchen's face gradually became dignified, no trace of his previous delinquent smile apparent on his face. During tonight's battle, everyone had only marveled at the powerful performance of the Yang Kai's 2 blood warriors, and then by his own rogue behavior. It seemed that no one had time to think about how the 2 blood warriors had, in the span of a single day, restored themselves to their peak condition. Hu Xingchen had to admit that he had severely underestimated Yang Kai. Before tonight, he really believed that Yang Kai would be eliminated, or even if he wasn't, he would be left in a precarious situation. But contrary to his expectations, Yang Kai had easily defended his base and even found time to run outside to cause trouble. This Yang family little lord was really too interesting. Not only him, but the other Yang family young lords were each not opponents one should provoke. Originally, his intention was to just play around in this inheritance war in order to relieve his boredom, but now Hu Xingchen was faintly looking forward to it, looking for what kind of twists and turns would happen during this contest. He even thought it was interesting whether Yang Kai would be defeated or not. Staring off into the night, Hu Xingchen considered many things as he made his way home. On the first night of the Inheritance War, there were 2 battles in total, one at the 3rd Young Lord Yang Tai's mansion, the other at the 9th Young Lord Yang Kai's. The final outcome of these 2 battles had greatly shocked all who bore witness. For both of these battles, a single person had overshadowed all others, Yang Kai. During the battle at Yang Tai's compound, both the flag and the person were snatched by Yang Kai at the last moment, while at his own mansion, in his absence, it remained perfectly defended. This was nothing short of incredible. None of the people who heard these 2 messages were willing to believe their ears, but after many inquiries, they had no choice but to confirm it was the truth. At the same time, another astonishing piece of news came out. This Yang Kai not only had the Hu family's sole heir Hu Xingchen as an ally, but even the famous Qiu Yimeng had temporarily withdrawn from her Qiu family in order to support him. Xing participating didn't create much stir. As the Central Capital's #1 delinquent young lord, there is nothing wrong with him randomly picking one of the Yang family young lords. But why was it that Qiu Yimeng was willing to go against her family to help this Yang Kai? The Qiu family first young lady's name resounded loudly throughout the Central Capital and even the Great Han Dynasty. Crowds had always made judgments based on the opinions of famous people, so Qiu Yimeng's move had given many people some thoughts. It was obvious that with the Hua family's young lord and the Qiu family's young lady supporting him, not only would Yang Kai become famous throughout War City, even the Central Capital's populace would know his name. The limelight belonged to Yang Kai right now, and no one could challenge him for it. The night fell and day dawned. In the front courtyard, Yang Kai was cultivating his tempered body record when Qiu Yimeng walked over, a thick look of exhaustion on her face. She didn't sleep at all last night. After yesterday's war, organizing the cleanup and reconstruction had kept her busy until now. Halting her footsteps a dozen paces away from Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng's weary, yet beautiful face revealed a suspicious expression. This was not the first time she had witnessed Yang Kai practicing this set of punches and kicks. But till this day she still couldn't unravel any profoundness in it. From her perspective, it seemed like even she could easily imitate him. She didn't know why Yang Kai had a special liking for this set of exercises and would never fail to execute them when the sun rose each morning. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked calmly. "Your cousin is here." Qiu Yimeng rubbed her forehead gently and replied, "Is he round?" Very. Let him find a place to settle in. I'll go see him later." Qiu Yimeng nodded and walked a few steps before turning back and saying, "Oh right. I forgot to mention, you should stay in today." Why? "Many people will probably come to see you. If I don't know them, send them away." Yang Kai furrowed his brow slightly, still clenching his fists. People coming to see him today would definitely be because the news of last night had spread. Although many forces gathered outside the Central Capital's South Gate yesterday had already selected which Yang family young lord they would support, many more were still observing the situation, some of whom had specifically chosen to use the performance of the various young lord on the first night to make a final decision. Yang Kai's performance last night had been too dazzling, so it wasn't surprising that some people would come running over to try currying favor with him. Listening to Yang Kai's answer, Qiu Yimeng instinctively wanted to retort, but after thinking for a moment, simply nodding, "Good. Those who show up who you don't know are probably only interested in reaping some benefits." Qiu Yimeng was well aware of Yang Kai's personality. Any grievance had to be settled and only soft food would be eaten while hard food rejected. It wasn't easy for her to build their relationship up to where it was today, so how could she jeopardize it by make such a silly mistake like opposing him on this? With a sigh, she turned around, set out to attend to her own business. After half an hour, Yang Kai finished his morning routine and felt a burst of joyous relief from his bones. The tempered body record was something he practiced whenever possible. This seemingly ordinary set of exercises actually put an enormous strain on his body, pushing him to his limits both physically and mentally. The further into the set of motions he proceeded, the greater the pressure he had to bear. In fact, with his current cultivation and strength, he could still only complete half of the entire routine. Yang Kai secretly estimated that he would need to at least break through to the above Immortal Ascension boundary before he could complete the entire set of movements described in the tempered body record. Inside one of the rooms in Yang Kai's mansion, Dong Qinghan sat drinking tea, thinking about some of the things his two trusted guards had told him after they had returned last night. The sense of shock he felt only now calming slightly. Although he was not present at the time, it didn't prevent Dong Qinghan from understanding just how terrifying Yang Kai's strength was from the description of wind and cloud guards. This little cousin of his had simply grown at a heaven-defying pace over the course of these last few years. Dong Qinghan couldn't help feeling a bit envious. After waiting for a while, a sweat-covered Yang Kai finally came to see Dong Qinghan. However, this lack of etiquette didn't bother Dong Qinghan. When they were children, the two of them had seen each other in far worse conditions, forging a kind of brotherhood between them. Such small things would be easily ignored. "You little brat." Dong Qinghan did not get up. Instead, he simply glanced at Yang Kai with meaning in his eyes. "You really do have skills." Don't care about me and take these two old fogies tonight." Hearing such words, Yang Kai grinned and replied, "When the conditions are not right, do not act. There is no need for them to work so hard tonight." Yang Kai was quite respectfully towards these two old men, not only because they were his cousin's guardians, but also because when High Heaven Pavilion found itself in danger, they had spared no effort to arrive earlier than the punitive expedition to deliver a warning, allowing the sect to evacuate its core members safely. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the Wind Guard, High Heaven Pavilion might have suffered some losses. If that were to have happened, his relationship with Choi Meng would likely be hostile right now. The Wind Guard smiled and shook his head. "I just wandered around with Old Cloud and made some noise. Last night's movement only succeeded because of young Lord Kai's abilities." The Cloud Guard also silently nodded. When the two old men looked at Yang Kai again, there was clear admiration reflected in their eyes. No young man had ever made them feel so amazed. Their family's young lord wasn't considered bad amongst the younger generation, but he was still far from enough to compare with this young master. The Wind and Cloud Guards were curious about just how much further Yang Kai would grow. "This time I've brought 30 people with me. In addition to the Wind and Cloud Guards, there are 5 others at the Immortal Ascension boundary. The rest are true element cultivators of at least the 5th stage," Dong Qinghan said confidently. "Also, my father let me bring some supplies, most of which are finished pills while the rest are some assorted materials. It's not a lot, but it's not a little either." Yang Kai nodded and smiled. "Uncle is too thoughtful." The Dong family was Dong Su-ju's family. Yang Kai was the son of Dong Su-ju. As a first-class force, the Dong family deploying so many people, including 7 Immortal Ascension Masters, as well as providing a large quantity of pills, was considerably generous. After all, Yang Kai's expected chances of victory in the inheritance war were almost zero. The Dong family must have been psychologically prepared for everyone they sent to become a sacrifice. In particular, the loss of so many Immortal Ascension Masters would not be a small blow to the Dong family. The Dong family's willingness to support him so was not something Yang Kai would forget. "I've already handed over everything to your place's manager and her people," Dong Qinghan said, his slightly fat face showing a somewhat wretched grin. "You mean Qiu Yimeng?" Yang Kai responded, slightly stunned. "Besides her, who else could I mean? Little brat. Such success on the battlefield. Such luck in love. You're really living it up," Dong Qinghan said somewhat enviously. "On top of that, I heard from my sister that there seems to be another pure, innocent, and adorable maiden who thinks of you day and night." The more he spoke, the more wretched and envious his tone became. Dong Qinghan was also the young lord of a first-class family, yet he felt like he had so few blessings compared to Yang Kai. When Yang Kai heard his cousin drone on and on like this and was about to correct the record, Qiu Yimeng came in from the outside, a big smile on her face as she asked, "What are you two brothers talking about? How is it I seem to have heard someone bad-mouthing me?" "Nonsense." Dong Qinghan quickly got up from his chair and emphatically professed. When facing Yang Kai, he could act free and easy. They were cousins after all, and in terms of intimacy, they were closer than Yang Kai was to any of his brothers. However, in front of Qiu Yimeng, Dong Qinghan didn't dare show a casual attitude. Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head, his eyes immediately after being attracted to a woman standing beside Qiu Yimeng, her brow furrowed slightly. This young woman was a rare beauty, luscious black hair fluttering down her back like a waterfall, perfectly curved brows, a pair of shimmering eyes, a cute nose, and pink luscious lips which seems like they would leak sweet nectar if pinched. Her skin was white like winter snow and her figure was impeccable. She gave off a unique feminine aura which seemed to draw in the stares of those around her. On top of her beautiful appearance, she displayed a temperament not even inferior to Qiu Yimeng. However, if someone who didn't know her saw her for the first time, what would attract them most would not be any of these things, but instead the 2 great mountains which adorned her chest. This pair of jade peaks were nothing short of colossal. So full they seemed ready to break free of the clothes which bound them at any moment, displaying an amazing elasticity whenever they trembled lightly. Complementing this young woman's proud capital was a thin water snake-like waist which appeared as soft as silk and a perfectly rounded bottom which swayed gently as she walked, seducing the eyes of men who gazed upon her. Yang Kai made no attempt to hide his gaze, which landed squarely on this young woman's chest. Seeing this, Qiu Yimeng pouted quietly and unconsciously leaned forward slightly. After breathing in a deep breath, Yang Kai moved his line of sight to meet the young woman's pair of elegant eyes. There seemed to be a tinge of joy in her gaze, mixed with regret, some excitement, embarrassment, all a myriad of other emotions. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled upwards slightly as he grinned back at this woman. Yang Kai, you remember this girl, don't you? Dong Qinghan asked with a grin. Naturally, I remember her, Yang Kai said as he nodded to the young woman before him. Senior Sister Lan, long time no see. And it's been 3 or 4 years since the last time we met, the woman replied, her tone somewhat complex. This young woman was none other than High Heaven Pavilion's Lan Chu Dai. Yang Kai had once bought 2 seeds from her stall and later explored the Inheritance Heavens Cave alongside her for a time. However, in the Inheritance Heavens Cave, Yang Kai found the conduct of this senior sister of his somewhat unpleasant. So everyone had eventually parted ways. Later on, when a number of first-class forces heard that an Inheritance Heavens Cave had been discovered near High Heaven Pavilion and many of its disciples had obtained great benefits within, they came in order to tempt some of them into joining their respective sects. At that time, Lan Chudai had been won over by Dong Qinghan and joined the Dong family. She had also obtained a lot of benefits in the Inheritance Heavens Cave. When Yang Kai had last seen her, Lan Chudai had only been a Qi transformation 7th stage cultivator, but now she has reached the true element boundary 6th stage. His impression of this senior sister was neither good nor bad. Rather, he simply felt that she only acted based on benefits, always weighing what she could gain and what it would cost her before acting. After so much time had passed, Yang Kai no longer cared about such trivial matters anymore. Lan Chudai had no strong family background and was essentially alone in High Heaven Pavilion. On top of that, she was a woman. There was nothing wrong with her acting in a shrewd manner, especially considering she was a great beauty that constantly drew covetous gazes from men. If a woman like her didn't do everything possible to strengthen herself and her position, she would only degenerate into a man's plaything. Everyone had their own hardships to deal with. Yang Kai understood this well. Senior sister is impressive. Your cultivation has risen quite fast. As these thoughts turned in his head, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to offer his former sect mate some praise. How can I compare to junior brother Yang? Lan Chudai grinned wryly. Senior sister never thought one of her junior brothers would actually belong to the central capital's Yang family. If I had only known back then, senior sister would have gifted you those 2 seeds instead of selling them to you. Speaking politely, and even a little bit restrained, it seemed that this sudden tremendous change in Yang Kai's identity had left Lan Chudai slightly uncomfortable. Qiu Yimeng glanced back and forth between these two, and couldn't help feeling that the relationship between this senior sister and junior brother was a bit too dull. They didn't show the usual cordial attitude one would expect from 2 fellow disciples reuniting after a long time, but although she didn't know the exact reason for this, she could still infer some information based on their short conversation. Dong Qinghan smiled and added on, Yang Kai, Sister Lan is now one of the leaders amongst the Dong family younger generation, and she also has a great many admirers. Is that so? Yang Kai said in a somewhat surprised tone. Rapidly improving cultivation along with great beauty. I don't know how many young men are vying for her attention. Dong Qinghan said intentionally or unintentionally. Lan Chudai's cheeks couldn't help blushing slightly, glancing over at Dong Qinghan and saying, Young Lord Dong, please don't say that. As she spoke, she secretly stole a glance at Yang Kai's reaction, but upon seeing him remain completely indifferent, a slight sense of loss suddenly came over her. Okay. Qiu Yimeng clapped her hands and interrupted this unproductive conversation, quickly saying, You 3 can discuss such things later. For the time being, now that people are beginning to gather, Yang Kai, can you tell us what your plans are for the next few days? What plans I have? Yang Kai stared blankly at Qiu Yimeng. The Cho family's first young lady narrowed her eyes slightly as she continued. You are the master of this place, and light night you won a great victory. Do you really have no thoughts about how to move in the coming few days? What do you suggest? Yang Kai grinned and asked back. You can attack your eighth brother Yang Quan's base. As far as I know, Yang Quan only has a blood warrior at the Immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage protecting him. But there is only one of them. With our current strength, you shouldn't have a problem defeating him. If you attack him, you can let either Chu Gao Yi or Ing Zhou entangle that blood warrior and then easily capture his flag. Do you think my other brothers are all docile sheeps? Yang Kai smiled as he shook his head. Do you think they'll sit back and watch me attack 8th brother without trying to interfere? Naturally, they're not vegetarians. Most likely your brothers will choose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight while looking for an opportunity to gain the fisherman's benefits, especially if you are the one who initiates this action. But last night, except for your eldest brother Yang Wei, each of your brothers lost a fair amount of strength. Right now they are still licking their wounds, so for the next few days they'll be focusing on recruiting more soldiers to expand their strength. How could they have any spare effort to spend on you? Even if they interfere, it will only be in the form of harassment rather than actual combat. If you move decisively, then tonight you'll have a good chance of eliminating your 8th brother. Your ambition is not small. Yang Kai looked at her and nodded in approval. I admit that what you said makes sense, but I won't attack 8th brother. Why not? Chiu Yimeng asked suspiciously. If you miss this opportunity, such a good chance may not present itself in the future. Dong Qinghan also solemnly nodded. What young lady Chiu said true. I also think you should act tonight. Dong Qinghan hadn't participated in the battles last night, only hearing about the excitement the morning after, so he naturally couldn't wait to stir up some trouble himself. Are you still not clear about the subtleties of the inheritance war? If you beat your 8th brother, then you'll have an opportunity to assimilate the forces he's gathered into your own. Why would you be hesitant in front of such a good chance? Chiu Yimeng was having difficulties understanding Yang Kai's decision. If it were her in his place, there would be no need to think about it. Tonight she would definitely strike while the iron was hot and make her name resounded even louder throughout War City and beyond. It was precisely so that when she heard Yang Kai refuse her proposal, she had become somewhat confused. Inside the room, not only was Chiu Yimeng puzzled, everyone else also didn't understand why Yang Kai didn't pursue this opportunity. At this time he was more than able to attack Yang Quan. Are you still taking your brotherhood into account at this time? Chiu Yimeng sneered. Don't forget, last night 2 of your brothers didn't hesitate to attack you. In your Yang family's inheritance war, any talk of brotherly bonds is pure nonsense. The only law here is the law of the jungle, using your blood and bones as well as those of other families' cultivators to build a path to fame and fortune. Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly. Although what Chiu Yimeng said was the truth, it still wasn't something that should be so carelessly mentioned. Chiu Yimeng either didn't see or didn't care about this slight change in expression. Continuing, not to mention, even if you don't attack Yang Quan, someone else will attack him sooner or later. Instead of allow others to pick up this cheap bargain, it would be better for you to grab it yourself. Knowing junior brother, you should have a reason for your decision, right? Lan Chudai suddenly spoke, her eyes flashing a glimmer of soft light. Whether it was because she was interrupted or because of the subtle tones in Lan Chudai's voice, the slightly bitter feeling in Chiu Yimeng's heart throbbed again, causing her to snort lightly. And what reason is that? Think about it yourself. Young Lady Chiu is smart. I'm sure if you give it some thought you'll understand. Yang Kai smiled casually. Chiu Yimeng looked at him and let out a long sigh. The slight turbulence she felt suddenly calming down. Just now, she had become slightly overexcited. One reason was that Yang Kai had never accepted her views no matter what advice she made, so she couldn't help feeling a sense of discouragement. Secondly, Yang Kai staring at Lan Chudai's chest had made her upset. She also had a woman's capital, it's just that they weren't as big. In the end though, Chiu Yimeng was still Chiu Yimeng. Her thoughts and wisdom were both extraordinary. So naturally, once she had calmed down and began processing the information she had on hand, it wasn't difficult for her to unravel Yang Kai's intentions. Dong Qinghan saw and felt the slight tension in the air and did not dare to interrupt, only able to play dumb as he watched from the side. For a time, it was so quiet that one could hear a needle fall to the floor. But soon, Qiu Yimeng looked up and stared into Yang Kai's eyes, smiling as she nodded and said, "I understand. Since you know, then don't bring this matter up again." Yang Kai nodded. "Good. I won't bother trying to advise you in the future. This feeling of showing off meager skill in front of an expert isn't very pleasant." Qiu Yimeng spat disdainfully, looking a little depressed. "Heh! A good woman should be obedient." Yang Kai casts a look at her as if this outcome was only natural. Dong Qinghan spat out the mouth full of water he had just drank upon hearing this sentence, coughing violently as he secretly admired the depths of Yang Kai's courage. Who would dare say this to Qiu Yimeng? None of the other young lords of the central capital's 8 great families had such guts. Nor did they have the qualifications. Only his cousin would dare speak this way. Such balls. However, the most surprising part was that the young lady Qiu didn't retort. Nearby, Lan Chudai wore a puzzled expression, wanting to ask what all of this was about but too embarrassed to do so. On the other hand, after the wind and cloud old men thought about it for a while, both of them nodded in agreement. Can I ask a question?" Dong Qinghan finally couldn't resist his curiosity. "What kind of scheme is going on?" Qiu Yimeng giggled and looked towards the wind and cloud guards. If the two seniors have understood, they should explain to young Master Dong. "Don't let him be so anxious." The cloud guard quickly exchanged a glance with the wind guard before saying, "This old man can think of only one reason. If there is anything lacking from my explanation, I hope young Master Kai and young Lady Qiu can elaborate." After a pause, he continued, "Young Master Kai is now the center of attention. Among the remaining 7 young lords, none can compare at the moment. On the surface, this is indeed a good time for him to act aggressively and expand his influence. The other young lords all suffered heavy losses last night and have no time and or mood to pay attention to others. The only exception is the eldest young Lord Yang Wei, who didn't take action yesterday out of consideration for his identity as the eldest brother. Such was his way of giving his younger brothers some face. However, if young Master Kai was to attack Yang Quan tonight, given young Master Yang Wei's temperament, he shouldn't plot behind his back. At most, he would join hands with young Master Kai to divide up the benefits. But if young Master Kai does this, then he'll have a record of eliminating 2 Yang family young lords in a very short time. This way, his fame will reach new heights, but that will only draw more attention to himself. Once they've finished consolidating their positions, the other 5 young lords will definitely regard young Master Kai as their biggest enemy, quite possibly forcing them to join together to handle us." Wind Guard nodded and quietly said, "The tree which rises too far above the forest will be destroyed by the wind." Listening to this explanation, Dong Qinghan and Lan Chudai immediately realized why Yang Kai didn't agree with Qiu Yimeng's initial proposal. The analysis of the wind and cloud guards was really possible. No, it was almost certain. If the other Yang family young lords were forced to join forces against him, Yang Kai's days would definitely become difficult. Now that he had grabbed the limelight, doing it again would only be counterproductive. For a time, Dong Qinghan awkwardly scratched his head and was secretly glad that he was not born into the Yang family. If he had to compete with Yang Kai and his insidious brothers even after he had failed, he probably wouldn't be clear why. The wind and cloud guards both slowly shook their head, one of them saying, "This old man can only see this reason, but if there are others, could young Master Kai enlighten this elder? Is this one reason not enough?" Dong Qinghan suddenly felt confused again. After all, this one reason should be more than enough to let Yang Kai stand down. Yang Kai smiled slightly as he nodded. "There is indeed another reason, but I can't say it right now. It would only make people think that I am too arrogant. You'll understand a few days from now." The wind guard nodded lightly. If young Master Kai has his own considerations, then there's no need to explain. We will just wait and see. Qiu Yimeng let out another long sigh. "I understand you less and less the longer we interact." Even she didn't know what the second reason Yang Kai refused to attack was, or if it was possible he had a third reason as well. As the group of people were finishing up this discussion, Xianxia arrived and politely cupped his fists. Young Lord Kai, someone has come to seek an alliance with you. Is it someone who knows me or someone who doesn't? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Their leader says they know you. Xianxia replied. Who is it? Yang Kai was suddenly surprised. The Lu family. Yang Kai and Xiao Yimeng both exchanged a glance and grinned, knowing that this must be someone sent by Lu Liang. Since they've come, let them come in. Yang Kai gave a command, his expression completely flat. These people would definitely be bringing many gifts from the Lu family. Xianxia nodded in acknowledgement before turning around to greet these newcomers. A moment later, Lu Song led 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters into the mansion's main hall. Lu Song really didn't want to bring these supplies to Yang Kai. In his mind, Yang Kai must be nothing more than a treacherous bastard, or else how could he have blackmailed the Lu family into giving him such rich compensation for an act they played no part in? He had simply never heard of someone so shameless. If possible, he wanted to bring these supplies to one of the other Yang family young lords, but after word of Yang Kai's performance spread last night, Lu Song realized that it was impossible for him to not make this delivery. Lu Liang had commanded that whatever Yang Kai's performance in the Inheritance War was, these things must be given to him, and now Yang Kai's performance had suddenly become the most dazzling of all the young lords. If this batch of materials wasn't handed over to him but instead given to another by him, when Lu Song returned to the family, he would likely be disciplined harshly. Thinking about how this time, both these gifts and people had to be handed over to that thug Yang Kai, Lu Song couldn't help feeling his stomach turning. The Lu family had sent a lot of manpower. 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters were responsible for guarding Lu Song, while an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage, 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage, and 20 other True Element Boundary Cultivators comprised the rest of the force. If someone came with such a powerful boost, any of the other Yang family young lords would no doubt come out to greet him personally. But this Yang Kai actually had one of his henchmen lead him inside, obviously not having any intention of welcoming him in person. This only made Lu Song's stomach full of grievances bloat. When he initially walked in, his expression was quite flat, but upon seeing Xiao Yimeng, he quickly went forward and cupped his fists. Lu Song greets cousin. Xiao Yimeng gently nodded. You've worked hard. Lu Song smiled and replied, cousin is too polite. It's just delivering some things. No trouble at all. After this initial conversation, Lu Song swept his eyes over the crowd and asked, who is young Lord Kai? Yang Kai nodded indifferently and replied, I am. Lu Song's gaze fixed on Yang Kai, his mouth forming into a slightly provocative grin as he chuckled. Greetings, young Lord Kai. This Lu Song has long heard of your reputation. When Xiao Yimeng heard this, her eyes involuntarily narrowed slightly, obviously unhappy with Lu Song's impolite tone. Yang Kai, though, remained unfazed, not seeming to care in the slightest, only saying, the Lu family seems to have spared no expense. Considering what he had done to Lu Liang, this Lu family young lord being in a good mood would have been odd, so Yang Kai has no intention to care about him. After all, he had a perfectly good reason to not like him. Lu Song hadn't thought Yang Kai's reaction would be so dull, so instead of continuing to provoke him, he simply went straight to business and flatly said, when I left home I was told that all of these things must be delivered to young Lord Kai. Also, these people who have accompanied me are at young Lord Kai's disposal. I hope they will be of help to young Lord Kai in the Inheritance War. Understood. Yang Kai nodded. If that's the case, then feel free to settle yourselves. This place is quite big. Have Xiao Yimeng help you arrange a courtyard somewhere. If you have any concerns, I'll try to meet them. The big change in attitude from the Lu family's patriarch Lu Liang didn't surprise Yang Kai, but towards this group of people, he didn't pay much attention. If he was not mistaken, Lu Song should have already arrived in War City long ago. But he didn't show up yesterday and had only come today. It was obvious that this youth was waiting to see if he would be eliminated last night. Whether this guess was correct or not, it would be simple to find out after he deployed the Bamboo Knot Gang. Towards such an ally, Yang Kai would naturally not treat them the same as he would the Dong family or Xiao Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng smiled and was about to help arrange Lu Song's people when Xiang Tian Shao actually ran in again and said, "Young Lord Kai, there are people?" "Who?" "Purple Fern Valley." Hearing this name, Qiu Yimeng's eyes lit up and happily said, "It must be Xiao Man." As she spoke, she hurried turned to Yang Kai and whispered, "It's not that Xiao Man didn't want to help you yesterday, but you also know that Xiao Man is a girl. Although she has some status in Purple Fern Valley, it's still not enough to allow her to make any big decisions. Her being able to bring people here today has certainly taken her quite a lot of effort. Be sure to thank her properly." Luo Xiaoman and Qiu Yimeng's situations were quite similar. Both of them were young women who had not low positions in their respective forces, but because they were female, they often met with challenges. "Don't worry, I will." Yang Kai nodded gently. "I'll go meet them myself." Hearing these words, Qiu Yimeng suddenly smiled brightly and said, "Seems you still have some conscience." Standing up, Yang Kai led a group of people outside. Qiu Yimeng turned back before leaving and spoke to Lu Song. "Wait for a moment here. I will arrange accommodations for you later." Lu Song nodded indifferently, unable to help feeling somewhat slighted. After all, when he came, Yang Kai hadn't gone out to welcome him. Outside the house, the Purple Fern Valley group, headed by Luo Xiaoman, was waiting quietly. After a moment, Yang Kai walked out along with Qiu Yimeng, followed by Dong Qinghan and Lan Chudai. "Elder sister Qiu." Luo Xiaoman saw Qiu Yimeng, shouted with joy, and stepped forward. But when she saw Yang Kai beside her, she immediately halted. Her neck shrank, and her timid nature resurfaced. Her fear of Yang Kai had penetrated into her soul, but even she didn't quite understand it. In any case, as long as she saw Yang Kai, even if she didn't think of him as a bad person, Luo Xiaoman was still afraid of him. This time, if it wasn't for Qiu Yimeng's asking her personally, she wouldn't have had the courage to stand by Yang Kai's side during the inheritance war. "Xiao Man." Qiu Yimeng knew that this little sister of hers lacked courage and quickly walked over and held her hand for a while. Yang Kai glanced at her with a smile, and then glanced over at Lan Chudai behind Dong Qinghan, quietly thinking that these two young women shared a common trait. Of course, that was their bountiful mountains. Both of these two weren't tall. Once could even call them petite and delicate. However, the capital they possessed was no less than earth-shaking. Glancing back and forth between the two, Yang Kai suddenly felt somewhat dazed and overwhelmed. When Lan Chudai noticed this unscrupulous gaze, her face blushed slightly. Purple Fern Valley's Fan Hong greets young Lord Kai. From the group of people that came from Purple Fern Valley, a young man stepped forward, smiled, and cupped his fists. "Brother Fan isn't a stranger. No need to act so formal." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Fan Hong grinned slightly awkwardly. "Previously, when we met in High Heaven Pavilion, this fan had acted rudely. I hope that young Lord Kai will not take offense. From this day onward, Fan Hong is here to accompany young Lord Kai in his efforts." Yang Kai's eyes flashed subtly as his attitude also became more relaxed, putting on a hearty smile. "Brother Fan coming all this way to support me is my honor. As for the previous things, they were mere trivialities I have already forgotten about." The last these two met was at High Heaven Pavilion when the Dong family's Dong Qinghan, by families by Yun Feng, and Fan Hong from Purple Fern Valley had come to recruit disciples. When the trio had learned that Yang Kai had obtained a mysterious grade martial skill, the two who didn't know about his hidden background had each offered a price in hopes of purchasing it. Dong Qinghan, being Yang Kai's cousin, obviously didn't participate, while the ignorant Bai Yun Feng had ended up despising and fighting with Yang Kai. Sometime later, Bai Yun Feng had died in the Ashgray Cloud Evil Land's Spider Mother's den. At that time, Fan Hong's attitude toward Yang Kai was not good, but at least he didn't take things as far as Bai Yun Feng. So Yang Kai had never thought of seeking vengeance against him. Listening to his Yang Kai's, Fan Hong's smile relaxed as he offered his thanks. "Let's go inside and have some tea while we talk," Yang Kai warmly said. The number of cultivators Purple Fern Valley had sent was neither many nor few, and on average they had similar strength to the people the Lu family had deployed. Since the inheritance war was a stage for the younger generation, many of these people were similar in age to Fan Hong and Luo Xiaoman. Luo Xiaoman and Xiu Yimeng had become inseparable after sharing so many life experiences together, so Yang Kai guessed that the people from Purple Fern Valley would faithfully follow Luo Xiaoman's orders and by extension would obediently follow Xiu Yimeng's. This group of people could be counted on to help him. Yang Kai secretly calculated in his mind, elevating the position of the Purple Fern Valley's cultivators in his heart. When they returned to the mansion's main hall, Yang Kai introduced the various young lords and young ladies and their respective forces to one another. At first, Lu Song's expression was not very good, but when Yang Kai came back and introduced Luo Xiaoman, the look in his eyes softened and the anger in his heart also faded. Since ancient times, heroes had always loved beauties. With such an enchanting young girl coming to support him, it was understandable that Yang Kai would take the initiative to go out and greet her. Secretly stealing a glance at Luo Xiaoman and Lan Chudai, Lu Song's thoughts wandered slightly as he wondered which of these two had superior assets. Luo Xiaoman was originally a willful girl, but since she experienced the ash-gray cloud evil land, her temperament had changed. Her courage had become smaller than that of a mouse, so as she was stared at by Lu Song, she couldn't help feeling uneasy, and eventually hid behind Xiu Yimeng. On the other hand, Lan Chudai stood beside Dong Qinghan and stared back at this rude youth with a pair of sharp eyes. Not showing any fear, her smile slowly becoming slightly cold. Seeing these reactions, Lu Song took back his gaze hastily. Although Yang Kai was talking with Fan Hong and Dong Qinghan, he had also diverted part of his attention to the eyes of everyone in the hall. So when he noticed Lu Song's petty actions, he couldn't help but sneer. Senior sister Lan wasn't a good person to bully. She was strong-willed and intelligent. How could she possibly let such delinquent behavior off so easily? Before many words could be exchanged, though, Xiang Tianxiao once again appeared. Not waiting for him to speak, Yang Kai directly asked, "Who is it this time?" "A young man and woman. The strength is probably only around the true element boundary 7th stage." Xiang Tianxiao replied meticulously. "They said they are old friends of the young lords. They said their names were Chun Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu." "It's them." Yang Kai looked surprised. "Do you know them?" Qiu Yimeng asked with amazement. "Of course I know them." Yang Kai smiled happily as he reminisced. "I once met them when I was out for life experience. They are a senior brother and junior sister couple from Reflecting Moon Sect." Reflecting Moon Sect? Qiu Yimeng frowned. "If I remember correctly, Reflecting Moon Sect should be just a second-class force." "And it is a second-class sect." Yang Kai nodded. Xiang Tianxiao spoke up again. "Young Lord Kai, only the two of them have come and it seems that no masters have accompanied them. What are your instructions?" There were only 2 young cultivators with strengths around true element boundary 7th stage. Such strength wouldn't be of any use in the inheritance war. Those who wanted to participate in inheritance war from the world's major forces would either send a large contingent of manpower to help, or deliver a substantial amount of war material and resources. It was essentially impossible for a sect or family to send only 2 young people with low strength to act as their representatives. Xiang Tianxiao asking this question was obviously implying that Chun Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu both wanted to use their old friendship with Yang Kai as an excuse to take shelter under his wings, an act he himself found quite distasteful. Yang Kai, even if they are old friends, their attitude doesn't seem to be appropriate. You should properly refuse them. As his cousin, Dong Qinghan felt obligated to remind him. If he were to blindly accept them, it would only make his other allies who had brought him much more support disgruntled. After all, if they obtained victory in the inheritance war, this Reflecting Moon Sect would also need to be given a piece of their cake. However, if they had sincerely come to help him, even if they were few in number and strength, they shouldn't be rejected mercilessly. No need. Yang Kai shook his head and got up, smoothing his robe slightly. "Wait here for a moment. I'll go talk to them myself." Xiu Yimeng looked awkward, not understanding why Yang Kai was acting so seriously when dealing with a mere second-class sect. Even when he had just greeted Luo Xiaoman's Purple Fern Valley, he was not as happy. But after thinking about it for a moment, Qiu Yimeng just giggled lightly. Looking back at Lu Song, she also found that the Lu family's young master's facial expression had turned sour. Furrowing her brow, Qiu Yimeng knew that he was resentful because of Yang Kai's indifference towards him and couldn't help but deeply sigh. Lu Liang sending his to participate in this time's inheritance war was probably a mistake. Qiu Yimeng hadn't had much contact with this young master from the Lu family, so she wasn't aware of his personality before. But now, she understood that this cousin of hers wasn't mature enough to remain here. Suddenly wearing a smile, she turned to him and said, "Lu Song, don't think too much about it. Since these two are old friends of Yang Kai, him going out to meet them isn't surprising. Just wait till then come in, then we can send them away. A trivial pair of second-class sect disciples doesn't have the qualifications to stay here." Dong Qinghan shot Qiu Yimeng a strange look. He hadn't thought that this young lady Qiu was so petty and difficult to accommodate. Lu Song had been secretly annoyed, but as soon as Qiu Yimeng said this, he suddenly smiled and thought that Qiu Yimeng was quietly supporting him, quickly nodding. What cousin said is correct. Isn't everyone in this hall now at least from a first-class force? That reflecting moon sect is quite interesting actually. A trivial second-class sect actually sending 2 juniors to participate in the inheritance war. Ridiculous. I'd like to see what thick skin these two have to come here so empty-handed. Qiu Yimeng smiled meaningfully and said no more. Having received a look of encouragement from her, Lu Song straightened himself up and waited for Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu to come in so he could valiantly send them packing. Outside the mansion, a pair of youths, a young man and a young woman, stared around with a look of anticipation and anxiety. As Su Xiaoyu stared at the entrance and waited for a long time without seeing Yang Kai, she couldn't help lick her dried lips slightly and say, "Senior brother, do you think that this Yang Kai is really that Yang Kai? What if nobody comes to see us even after we've reported our names?" When Chen Xueshu heard this, he wore a bitter smile. "Junior sister, don't you think you're asking the wrong person? How should I know if this brother Yang is the same brother Yang we know? The world is so big. There is bound to be many people with the same name." Su Xiaoyu suddenly felt a little lost. If this Yang Kai isn't the one we know, then we'll have run all this way only to be refused. That would be quite shameful. If we lose face, then we lose face. Master didn't want to participate in this inheritance war exactly because our reflecting moon sect is just a second-class force and our strength isn't great. Participation wouldn't benefit the sect much and might even harm it. It was only because I convinced him that this Yang Kai might be an old friend of ours that Master allowed us to come. If this mansion's owner isn't the one we know, then being refused might not be a bad thing. At the very least, we'll be able to leave here and not trouble ourselves. I think he is the one we know. Su Xiaoyu suddenly affirmed. Do you still remember his performance in that isolated world? The people from the Tianlang dynasty were all toyed with by him. He even had time to save all of our lives in the process, except for the central capital's Yang family. I'm afraid that no force could train such a person. Recalling the experiences they had in the isolated world, Chen Xueshu also wore a faint smile. If not for Yang Kai, all the cultivators from the Great Han dynasty would have been completely annihilated. Whether it is him or not, we'll soon know. As the senior brother and junior sister were talking, they suddenly saw Yang Kai walk out from inside. Brother Chen, junior sister Su, I trust you've been well since we last met. Yang Kai smiled warmly, seemingly quite happy about reuniting with the pair after so long. Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu had both speculated that the Yang Kai they knew was the one from the central capital's Yang family. But after seeing this familiar face, both of them couldn't help tensing up, even forgetting to answer, just stupidly standing in the same place and staring. At this moment, the two did not know why their hearts clenched a bit. Perhaps it was because they were worried about them having the qualifications to associate with such a person, causing them to feel somewhat lost and embarrassed. Do I have flowers on my face? Seeing them hesitate, Yang Kai snorted somewhat unhappily. Hearing the affinity in his tone, the senior brother and junior sister returned to the sense and calmed their frayed nerves. Chen Xueshu took the initiative to say hello. Junior brother Yang, we meet again. Su Xiaoyu even smiled slightly as she looked Yang Kai over, commenting, Why you? You really are a person from the central capital Yang family. We didn't have a clue. How could you not tell us? Junior sister. Chen Xue tugged Su Xiaoyu's sleeve and chided. The Yang family has its own rules. When their descendants go out for life experience, they must not reveal their identity. Junior brother Yang wasn't deliberately deceiving you. I know. Su Xiaoyu smiled and stuck out her tongue playfully. I was just a bit surprised is all. It's not too late to know now. Come in. Yang Kai warmly said, ushering the two inside. All the way, Su Xiaoyu was like a twittering sparrow. She had come from a second-class sect, so although she was one of the future pillars of the Reflecting Moon sect, her experience and vision was still quite lacking compared to those from first-class forces, let alone the young lords and young ladies from the Central Capital Superforces. Suddenly being thrown into such an environment, she was naturally curious, especially given that the person showing her around was someone she knew and had a good friendship with. Su Xiaoyu's questions were mixed and chaotic, just like a villager from the countryside visiting the big city for the first time. Everything around her was new and fresh. Yang Kai led the pair inside as he responded casually to Su Xiaoyu's incessant questions while Chen Shui smiled and shook his head. You're Yang family Colossus, right? I heard that it occupies 1/10 of the entire central capital, and that it takes 3 days and 3 nights on horseback just to ride across its territory. Is that true? Su Xiaoyu asked excitedly. However, Yang Kai hadn't had a chance to answer before a sudden burst of mocking laughter rang out. When this sound reached her ear, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but glance around her surroundings. Only then did she discover that Yang Kai had led them to a large hall where many people had already gathered. The various young lords and young ladies seated around the main table all wore expensive robes and gave of imposing auras. Each of them also had strong guardians around them, as well as numerous pieces of fine jewelry and flashy accessories which were obviously high-grade artifacts. In contrast, although she and Chen Shui both also wore a number of artifacts and were not dressed poorly, compared with those people it was still as different as heaven and earth. The young man who had sneered at her question was one of those sitting at the table, and at the moment he was looking at her and her senior brother like a pair of country bumpkins. Su Xiaoyu suddenly turned bright red, wanting to dig a hole and crawl inside, so she could escape from these people's stares. Yang Kai frowned slightly before wearing a kind smile again. Don't listen to outside rumors. The Yang family's power isn't small, but it isn't so exaggerated. And Su Xiaoyu's eyelashes flashed brightly. Even though Yang Kai had covered for her, she was still somewhat embarrassed. Chen Shui gently took her hand in order to comfort her, finally relaxing Su Xiaoyu's tense mood. She really hadn't expected so many people of great status would be waiting here. If she had, she wouldn't have asked so many silly questions. It was true that she hadn't experienced much of the world, but when she went out, she also knew what to say and what to do. It was just because of Yang Kai's easygoing and friendly reception that she had been too relaxed. Because she was of an ordinary origin but had found herself thrown into such an extraordinary situation that Su Xiaoyu had happily asked all the questions that had come to her mind. But that didn't mean she wanted all of them to pass on to bystanders' ears. Come in. Let me introduce you. Yang Kai brushed over the awkward atmosphere and enthusiastically said, These two are friends I met in an isolated world, reflecting moon sects Chen Shui and Su Xiaoyu. In that isolated world, Yang Kai had received a lot of guidance from Chen Shui. The senior brother and junior sister pair had also invited Yang Kai to travel together with them. At that time, they were both true element boundary third stage cultivators, while Yang Kai had only reached the separation and reunion boundary third stage. Chen Shui and Su Xiaoyu had obviously wanted to take care of him. For this reason, Yang Kai was very fond of both of them. Chen Shui smiled and shook his head. Junior brother Yang is too polite. In truth, it was junior brother Yang who saved both myself and junior sister Su. If it weren't for junior brother Yang, we too may have already turned into withered skeletons. We owe him our lives. If you're a friend of Yang Kai's, then you're this Dong Qinghan's friend too. Dong Qinghan smiled and got cupped his fists. He knew that anyone who could be called Yang Kai's friends were naturally people who shared a bond which wasn't based on benefits and interests. Such people would be heavily favored by Yang Kai. In general, the young lords from great forces and families all had a common problem, which was when others approached them, they had to first suspect whether their intentions were pure or based solely on what profits they could make. Therefore, Dong Qinghan treated these two very seriously. So it is young Master Dong. Chen Shui apparently had heard Dong Qinghan's name before and quickly made a polite gesture. Purple Fern Valley, Fan Hong. Greetings, Brother Fan. Cho family, Cho Yimeng. The Cho family's first young lady smiled slightly, her face filled with a noble air that in no way detracted from her attractiveness. Chen Xueshu was immediately shocked, while Su Xiaoyu also showed great surprise as she stared at Cho Yimeng. So it is young lady Cho, we have long heard of and admired you. This was not just flattery. Chen Xueshu sincerely admired this famous young lady. Cho Yimeng smiled happily, turning a glance towards Yang Kai, seemingly trying to say that even though he wouldn't take her seriously, she was still a world-famous member of the younger generation admired by many. Everyone who sat around the table all gave Yang Kai face and greeted Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu politely. Only Lu Song sat on his chair silently, his expression containing no small amount of disdain. However, Chen Xueshu still turned to him, smiled and cupped his fists. Dare I ask this young lord's name? He naturally saw that this person somewhat despised him and his junior sister. The ridicule he had uttered the moment they entered the hall was all the proof he required, but being from a second-class sect, Chen Xueshu knew it wasn't out of the ordinary for a first-class family's young lord to look down on them, so he didn't feel any particular grievances about the other's attitude. Moreover, the people here should all be allies of Yang Kai, so how could he embarrass him? Instead, Chen Xueshu decided it was best if he could resolve the contradiction between him and Lu Song peacefully. After all, if all went well, everyone here would be working together in the future. If there were contradictions between allies, it would only cause problems for Yang Kai, who was the master of this place. Unexpectedly, though, when Chen Xueshu lowered his attitude and spoke politely, Lu Song actually didn't say anything back, like he hadn't heard anything at all, simply sitting there sipping his tea disdainfully. Yang Kai stared at this situation as his lips slowly formed into a cold smile. Immediately after, he turned to look at Cho Yimeng. In some sense, Lu Song was still Cho Yimeng's cousin. Yang Kai wanted to question who had given Lu Song the guts to act so unruly in his house. When his eyes met the Cho family's first young lady's eyes, Cho Yimeng actually just smiled meaningfully and slowly shook her head. Seeing this, Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly as the coldness in his gaze became even more severe. Chen Xueshu waited for a moment, but when Lu Song failed to answer, he couldn't help looking a little embarrassed, patiently asking one more, "This brother, is there some way I have offended you? If so, this Chen hopes that the young lord can show magnanimity and forgive this one's transgression." Hearing these words, Su Xiaoyu's eyes instantly became a bit wet as she desperately tried to suppress her urge to cry. Chen Xueshu was her senior brother and her lover. Being ridiculed by Lu Song was already a slap to her face. Now seeing the beloved hero in her heart have to apologize and lower his head for her, how could she not feel bad? Especially since the other party was simply ignoring them for no reason. With tears in her eyes, Su Xiaoyu turned her head and silently appealed to Yang Kai in the hopes that he could settle this quarrel so her senior brother would no longer have to debase himself. Seeing this, Yang Kai only smiled lightly at her as he silently mouthed a few words. Su Xiaoyu didn't see exactly what he said, but the meaning in his eyes was clearly conveyed. "Don't worry." Su Xiaoyu's mood suddenly calmed down, knowing that Yang Kai wouldn't sit by and do nothing. She quickly took a deep breath and stifled the tears in her eyes, no longer making a sound. After Chen Xueshu's second attempt, Lu Song finally put down his teacup and shook his head arrogantly. "It's nothing serious. You haven't offended me. It's just that I am a solitary person not good at communicating, especially with those who don't know their place, nothing more." Chen Xueshu's expression stiffened, but he still somehow managed to smile and said, "So that is it?" This Chen was too presumptuous. Lu Song raised his eyes and finally looked at Chen Xue, chuckling somewhat. "You are from Reflecting Moon sect?" "Yes. We senior brother and junior sister come from Reflecting Moon sect." "How many people have you brought with you to participate in this inheritance war?" Chen Xueshu's face became awkward as he hesitantly replied, "There are only my junior sister and myself for the time being, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lu Song's sneer. The Lu family's young lord stood up, crossing his arms behind his back as he lifted his chin slightly, giving off an aloof, prideful aura. "Only the two of you? Both of you only at the true element boundary 7th stage? You think such pitiful strength makes you worthy of participating in the inheritance war? Do you think this is a children's game? Facing such naked contempt, Chen Xueshu was struck silent, his face blushing bright red with embarrassment once more. Lu Song confidently stole a quick glance at Qiu Yimeng. Upon seeing the Ke family's young lady smile back at him with a look of approval, Lu Song felt further emboldened and decided to strike while the iron was hot and completely humiliate the two youths in front of him. Do you know how much my Lu family has invested here? Lu Song looked at Chen Xueshu with contempt. 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters, 1 Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage, 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stages, and 20 True Element Boundary Cultivators along with countless supplies. Inside the main hall, Lu Song's arrogance was all but stifling. Both Dong Qinghan and Fan Hong had their brows knit. They were not as idiotic as Lu Song. They had already understood something, but since neither Yang Kai nor Qiu Yimeng had spoken up, they didn't plan to interject, instead choosing to stand by and watch things play out. Receiving the praise from Qiu Yimeng's eyes, Lu Song sneered even harder as he insolently said, "If you want to reap some returns, you have to invest enough first. Can you bring out so much manpower and resources?" "Oh, I apologize, I forgot, you're nothing but a second-class sect. You probably don't even have this much strength, but at the very least, you should be able to produce half of what my Lu family has brought. If you can't even do this much, I suggest you get the hell out and crawl back to wherever you came from." Young Master, the Lu family's Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Master, had a cold sweat on his forehead. He was not young and inexperienced like Lu Song and had quickly discovered things were out of place, especially the coldness and dissatisfaction in Yang Kai's eyes. The young master of his family speaking so willfully in another person's home, bullying and suppressing Yang Kai's friends to the point of tears. Wasn't this the same as slapping Yang Kai's face? What's more, when Yang Kai introduced Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu, the tone he used was quite serious. These two may not have high birth or great strength, but Yang Kai obviously valued them highly. If he continued to let Lu Song talk like this, things would become bad. "Young master, you've said so much. It's best if you sit and drink some tea to wet your throat." Under the eyes of the public, he couldn't speak directly, only able to quietly give Lu Song a reminder. But Lu Song remained completely ignorant, still sneering disdainfully, his attitude more arrogant than ever. Chen Xueshu's face was also getting uglier and uglier. "Lu Song," Yang Kai suddenly said coldly as he stared at the Lu family's young master. "What instructions does young Lord Kai have?" Lu Song immediately stopped chattering and asked quickly. With Chen Xueshu he could make a fuss, but he didn't have the guts to do so directly towards Yang Kai. "Get out." "Ha!" Lu Song's expression cramped as he stared in confusion. "I'll give you 30 breaths of time. If within 30 breaths you don't leave my house, I'll make you stay here forever." Yang Kai spoke extremely solemnly, an icy murderous intent flashing across his eyes. Lu Song froze up completely. Never had he dreamed that such a result would occur. The meaning of Yang Kai's words was clear, but that only made him more confused. The people he was expelling weren't these two parasites from Reflecting Moon sect, but himself. "Young Lord Kai, are you cracking a joke?" Lu Song's mouth twitched slightly as his face gradually reddened. If he were to be driven out by Yang Kai in front of so many people, he would have no face left at all. "Do I look like I'm joking? You have 25 breaths left." Yang Kai snorted. "Are you insane?" Lu Song roared as he glared at Yang Kai incredulously. "My Lu family has dedicated so many resources to help you win this inheritance war, yet you want to throw me out? Don't you want our support?" Yang Kai didn't answer and instead just continued to stare at him coldly. Perceiving this cold intent, Lu Song couldn't help trembling slightly, suddenly thinking of something and asking, "My cousin is here to help you. She is one of your biggest boosts. Aren't you afraid that if you drive me out she will leave too? If she's stupid enough to support you then she can get the hell out as well." Yang Kai sneered even harder. 20 breaths. Qiu Yimeng rolled her eyes at this comment. "Cousin? Lu Song finally began panicking and secretly regretted saying so much nonsense, glancing over at Xiao Yimeng in hopes that she would say a few words to dull Yang Kai's overbearing approach. However, Xiao Yimeng just sighed. Lu Song, you should leave, he's a man of his word. Nothing I say will change anything. If you push him too far, even I won't be able to help you. But 15. Yang Kai issued a final warning. Young master, let's go. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Master said through his tightly clenched teeth, letting out a long sigh after he had spoken the words. Lu Song hadn't seen the hidden intent behind this farce, but he understood it well. Saying anything more would yield no benefit, so the best course of action would be to swiftly retreat. Seeing Lu Song's embarrassment and helplessness, Su Xiaoyu suddenly became flustered and excited, secretly gripping her fists. All the insults and ridicule she had just received, at this moment, seemed to have been returned tenfold, causing her to gratefully glance over at Yang Kai. Outside the mansion, Lu Song cursed angrily. Bastard! I brought both people and supplies to participate in the inheritance war, yet you actually have the gall to drive me out. If that's how you want to do things, then I'll accompany you. I'll spread word of your deeds here today, and see if anyone dares join you from now on. Inside the hall, Xiao Yimeng shook her head and smiled bitterly. If it wasn't for the Lu family's young lord's terrible performance, she wouldn't have manipulated him into this situation. The Lu family was still one of the Chou family's subordinates, so a certain amount of face should have been given to them. If there was any hope, Xiao Yimeng would have been happy to let Lu Song stay here. But after hearing his unrepentant threat, Xiao Yimeng immediately affirmed that her decision was correct. Forcing him out now had only let him lose face. If she had tried to let him remain, it was entirely possible Yang Kai would eventually kill him. Why did you encourage him? Yang Kai looked at Xiao Yimeng with great meaning. Lu Song was an idiot, but if Xiao Yimeng didn't support him, he wouldn't have dared act so wantonly in front of himself. Just now, he had acted so wild and unscrupulous that it was clear when Yang Kai went out to meet Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu, Xiao Yimeng must have given him some hints. I casually spoke one or two things to him. Xiao Yimeng nodded faintly. But isn't this result good? I don't think you wanted him to stay anyways. Good. I wanted him to leave, but he had brought a lot of things with him, so it wasn't quite proper to just tell him to get out. Yang Kai said with a smile. So you should thank me, shouldn't you? Xiao Yimeng said frankly as she smiled back, not making any attempt to deny or evade. With Yang Kai, she had no need to be polite. This man was simply too sharp and strong. If she were to continue playing coy, Yang Kai will definitely continue to lead her by the nose. Yang Kai acted like he hadn't heard her, and instead turned to Chen Xueshu and said, Brother Chen, I've let you suffer. Chen Xueshu scratched his head slightly as he looked somewhat embarrassed. From the words of Yang Kai and Xiao Yimeng, he also understood some of what had just happened. It seems he had been an unwitting participant in entrapping that Lu Song. However, he didn't mind, just returning his usual polite smile. Being able to contribute to junior brother Yang is this Chen's honor. I simply listened to a few unpleasant words, nothing worth mentioning. Wrinkling his brow next, Chen Xueshu continued. However, driving him out like this may not be good for junior brother Yang's reputation. Yang Kai waved his hand and indicated it didn't matter, following up. Having him stay behind would be more troublesome. His attitude was bad. Even if he didn't target you just now, he would inevitably have conflicts with other people in the future. A single mouse dropping can ruin a pot of porridge. It's best to eliminate such problems from the start. Just look at Xiao Yimeng. Though he's her cousin, she also doesn't want to take care of him. Xiao Yimeng spat disdainfully as she retorted, Don't pin this on me. You think I'm some kind of vicious, cunning snake woman? It was you who drove him away in the end. Now I have to explain things to Lu Liang. I hope Lu Liang can understand my hardships. Why did he have to send out such a good-for-nothing? Perceiving the headache Xiao Yimeng was having, everyone remained silent. At that moment, a series of true chi fluctuations came from outside, accompanied by a brief sound of battle. Everyone was surprised, not understanding how a fight had suddenly broken out. Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense to investigate, but soon after his expression calmed down. Glancing over at Xiao Yimeng as he said, "I'm glad you helped get rid of that Lu Song so promptly. What happened outside?" Xiao Yimeng asked in amazement. The others in the hall were also confused. "He challenged a person he absolutely shouldn't have provoked." Yang Kai sneered. "I really want to know how he survived so long with such terrible vision." As Yang Kai spoke, the battle outside calmed down and Lu Song's wretched screams passed through the walls to everyone's ears. His cries were incredibly miserable. "Just what the hell happened?" Xiao Yimeng said anxiously, almost unable to resist the urge to run outside to see the situation. "Damn bastard. You actually dare have ideas about your father's property." A loud and familiar voice echoed from outside, and a moment later, Xingchen walked into the hall with an angry look, still cursing vigorously. "Who this young master is? How could he not see? That brat's courage is really big enough." After coming in, Xingchen shouted, "Hey, Yang Kai, just what the hell happened with that little bastard? Why did he try to rob me without saying a word? What do you have to be robbed of?" Yang Kai was confused. His divine sense only allowed him to understand the general situation. So exactly what had transpired wasn't clear to him. "This young master's treasures." Xingchen waved his hand and shouted, "Bring it all in!" Immediately, a group of people carrying a number of boxes walked in and placed them on the ground. With his hands on his waist, Xingchen said disdainfully, "These things are what that bastard wanted to snatch from me. He must be insane." Xiao Yimeng sighed while helplessly and hurriedly asking, "What did you do to him?" "Cracked a few of his ribs and then threw him out." Xingchen replied indifferently. Rubbing her forehead, Xiao Yimeng let out a long sigh before turning to look at Yang Kai with a wry smile. When Lu Song was angered about losing all the precious materials he had brought when he was thrown out just now, he coincidentally ran into Xingchen and figured he could snatch something to make up for his losses. He was accompanied by 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters, while Xingchen only had 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Guards. The difference in strength should have made robbing him easy. However, he never expected that these 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters were out of the ordinary, and by the time he realized it, it was already too late. Fortunately, Xingchen had enough discretion not to kill someone inside Yang Kai's compound, or Lu Song's life would likely have been forfeit. Listening to Xiao Yimeng briefly explain the situation, Xingchen nodded in understanding. "So that brat turned out to be your cousin. I suppose it's a good thing I went easy on him, or else he might really be dead." "Xiao Yimeng, how do you have such an idiot for a cousin?" "Enough about that. Why did you suddenly disappear last night? Where have you been until now?" Xiao Yimeng swiftly changed the subject. Xingchen couldn't help looking a bit awkward as he replied in a greatly diminished tone. "I went back home to ask my old man for some supplies and people." "Did your father actually give you some of your family's masters and resources?" Xiao Yimeng asked happily. If the Hua family were to really support him, it would be a big boost to Yang Kai's strength. Even if he didn't want to, he had to, Xingchen said with a tinge of embarrassment, not wanting to explain any further. He then walked over and opened the boxes before turning to Yang Kai and declaring, "You can see for yourself 1 box of alchemy materials, 1 box of artifact refining materials, all of which are at least the heaven grade with a few pieces being mysterious grade, a box of finished pills used for healing, cultivating, and true chi restoration. On top of that, there is also a box of artifacts. And although their grade is a little worse, they are still earth grade and above and should be useful for arming some of your men." After explaining the contents, Xingchen looked up at Yang Kai proudly and firmly declared, "These 4 boxes or this young master, pick whichever one you prefer." The Hua family young lord's words were spoken without hesitation. Everyone in the hall heard them and instantly shifted their eyes towards him and Yang Kai. It seemed that there was something unusual going on between the two. Both Lan Chudai and Luo Xiaoman, the 2 big-breasted women, were so surprised they covered their mouths, glancing back and forth between the 2 young men several times. Yang Kai's expression went black, knowing that Xingchen's words were too easy to be misunderstood, loudly rebuking, "Explain things better." Xingchen also realized that there was a problem with his words and burst out into laughter before saying, Don't misunderstand. Yesterday I made a bet with Brother Yang here about whether he would last the night. But it seems this young master's eyes weren't good enough, leading to my loss. What were the stakes? Xiao Yimeng suddenly became interested. She was curious about what Yang Kai and Huixingchan had bet. If I lost, I'd give him my golden feather eagle. If he lost, heh! Yang Kai looked at Huixingchan with big grin. The Hua family young lord agreed to strip down and run 10 laps around War City. After a brief silence, fits of laughter broke out while many of the young women couldn't help blushing a bit. Thinking of the scene where the Hua family young lord in front of them had to run around War City in the state he was born in was quite something. A loss is a loss. There's no need to advertise. Huixingchan said, extremely depressed, suddenly becoming serious as he said, Yang Kai, you choose. If you want these things, our gambling stakes will be written off. If you insist, though, this young master will strip right here and pay his debt. But these things and these people, even this young lord, will leave here permanently. Declaring so, Huixingchan opened his folding fan and waved it a few times. Since this young master dared to bet, he will certainly keep his word. As he spoke, his expression was relaxed, without any signs of tension. Obviously he felt that with such a big temptation before him, Yang Kai would definitely accept the masters and materials he had brought. Compared with letting him streak 10 laps around War City, these things were much more valuable. As long as Yang Kai wasn't a fool, he should know how to choose. Nodding as he smiled warmly, Yang Kai replied, Then I must ask young Lord Hua to strip. Huixingchan's look gradually solidified, as the movement of his folding fan slowly became stiff, bitterly saying, Young Lord Kai, don't be like this. There is no grudge between us. Why must you act so ruthlessly? Qiu Yimeng nearby giggled lightly. Huixingchan quickly turned her eyes to her and entreated, Qiu Yimeng, help me say a few words, or do you plan to just stand by and watch? However, Qiu Yimeng just slowly shook her head, replying seriously, I have no way of convincing this man. You already know this. Huixingchan desperately swept his eyes around the crowd, eventually fixing on Dong Qinghan, who was seated nearby, hurrying forward and asking, This fat brother, you seem to have a close relationship with Yang Kai. Help me say a few words. Dong Qinghan's expression cramped. Huixingchan calling him a fat brother obviously made him unhappy. But even if he wasn't pleased with this attitude, considering the identity of the opposite party, Dong Qinghan knew it wouldn't be good to strike back maliciously, so he simply wore a bitter smile and said, Young Lord Hua, forgive me, this one's words don't carry much weight for such matters. While he was trying to find an excuse, Dong Qinghan became even more annoyed when he discovered this young Lord Hua was staring at Lan Chudai standing beside him. Seeing the obvious obscene light in the central capital wolf's eyes, he couldn't help coughing. Beautiful, Huixingchan exclaimed without hesitation, glancing around and quickly discovering Luo Xiaoman as well, the light in the eyes becoming even stronger than before as hot air seemed to spill from his nostrils. Luo Xiaoman quickly hid behind Fan Hong, hiding her face as she fidgeted nervously. She had never before encountered such an unscrupulous person, someone who didn't even try to hide the lascivious look on his face. He was far more shameless than even Yang Kai. Yang Kai, these people are all your allies? Huixingchan suddenly asked. Good. They all arrived today. Huixingchan's face suddenly became serious, taking a few steps to arrive in front of Yang Kai before cupping his fists and saying, Young Lord Kai, our earlier bet was really my Huixingchan's fault for having eyes but failing to see. I ask that you be the bigger of us and not pay such trivial events too much mind. After all, I'm just a delinquent young lord. How can I compare with you? Last night, I deeply realized my mistake, so I rushed back to the central capital and earnestly begged my old man for this manpower and these supplies. From now on, I, Huixingchan, am willing to follow your commands whether they be storming the heavens or marching on the gates of hell. And all I ask is that you not abandon me. Saying so, he suddenly sat down on the floor and declared, In any case, I am already here. There's no need to send me away. Qiu Yimeng shook her head and sighed as she looked over at Yang Kai and commented, I feel that it is better to let him leave. If he really remains, None of the young women here will be able to relax. Yang Kai nodded immediately. My thoughts exactly. Young Lord Kai. Young Lady Chiu. I have done nothing wrong here. How can you be so cruel? Hua Xingchen all by cried out. Although he had played around with countless women, it was quite rare to meet beauties on Lan Chudai and Luo Xiaoman's level. Not to mention, the women who he normally encountered were always only attracted by his identity and money. Fine, fine. Yang Kai sighed, apparently too lazy to keep entangling himself with this delinquent young lord, waving his hand and saying, Let your people put these things into storage. Yang Kai had never anticipated Hua Xingchen would actually support him, much less bring along a fair quantity of people and supplies. When dealing with an unruly person like Hua Xingchen, he had to make him suffer a bit first or he wouldn't be obedient in the future. After suffering this loss, Yang Kai estimated that he would curb his ruffian behavior in front of him quite a bit. Finally hearing the words he was searching for, Hua Xingchen was overjoyed and quickly jumped up from the ground and yelled at the group of people who had accompanied him. What are you doing? Pick up those supplies and take them inside. Also, make sure you all act prudently. Don't go around thinking that just because you're from the Hua family you can bully others. In this place, everyone is an ally, understood? Yes. The Hua family's people replied firmly before picking up the 4 boxes and hurrying away. After taking care of business, young Lord Hua smiled widely and stepped towards Luo Xiaoman, laughing as he asked, Beautiful girl, may I know your name? Luo Xiaoman was terrified, swiftly fleeing to Chiu Yimeng's side and tightly pinching her sleeve. Elder sister Chiu. Unfortunately for Luo Xiaoman, the delicate and helpless appearance she portrayed as she desperately sought refuge only further stimulated Hua Xingchen. Unwilling to see her little sister bullied so, Chiu Yimeng patted her hand and turned a sharp glare towards Hua Xingchen as she sneered. If he dares have any ideas about you, I'll let him die without a burial. Hua Xingchen let out a hollow laugh before nodding. So the young miss has a strong backer. Rest assured, since you are Chiu Yimeng's sister, I promise not to make a move against you. Before Hua Xingchen could approach his next target, Lan Chudai smiled brilliantly and said, I'm Yang Kai's senior sister. Hua Xingchen stumbled and nearly fell after suffering this preemptive strike. Don't make trouble, Chiu Yimeng snorted. We all know you're lascivious, but you shouldn't be desperate to this extent. What's more, with your status as the Hua family's young lord, any kind of beauty will be able to be found for you. Continuing to show off these cheap methods here will only serve to embarrass yourself further. Hua Xingchen scratched his head and smiled awkwardly as he said, Even if they were to see me being shameless, even if they badmouth me, at the end of the day, it does not matter to me. Shrugging his shoulders, he took a seat nearby, the formerly aloof arrogance on his face converging significantly. After waiting for him to calm down, Chiu Yimeng smiled slightly and continued, Yang Kai, I think you should begin making some plans for how to arrange your house. I'm afraid it is going to become more and more lively in the near future. Yesterday it was so quiet it was almost eerie, but today 3 major forces arrived to join you. The other young lords probably don't have such charm. Although there still aren't that many people, most of them aren't familiar with each other. Once more arrive, if they aren't placed properly, some contradictions are bound to arise. Yang Kai simply chuckled and waved. With you here, what need is there for me to handle such matters? Chiu Yimeng's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you really want me to act as the house manager? I don't believe anyone else can, Dong Qinghan interjected. If it is the Chiu family's first young lady issuing instructions, my Dong family will have no objections. Purple Fern Valley also agrees. Fan Hong nodded lightly. Both of them represented first-class forces of similar strength, but in front of Chiu Yimeng they still acted politely. Not only was this young woman the leader of the central capital Chiu family's younger generation, her insight and personal strength were beyond question. Of all the people here, she indeed was the most qualified to coordinate the overall situation. Although it is embarrassing to say so, with just we senior brother and junior sister here, my reflecting moon sect is also willing to listen to young Lady Chiu's instructions. Additionally, I believe those who come later will also have no objections. Chen Xueshu politely added. Those who will come later? Qiu Yimeng's expression brightened as she asked. Yang Kai also looked at him curiously. Chen Xueshu smiled and said, because we weren't sure that the Yang Kai here was the one we knew. Junior sister Sue and myself went ahead in order to probe the situation. If the one here was really Brother Yang, my reflecting moon sect would agree to participate in the inheritance war. If not, then my reflecting moon sect would have immediately withdrawn. So that's how it is. How long will it take for your fellow sect brothers and sisters to come? Qiu Yimeng didn't show the least bit of disdain even though reflecting moon sect was just a second-class sect which made Chen Xueshu very happy. They can arrive here in 3 days as they are already on the road. They are only waiting for us to send word to them before they make their final decision about whether to participate or not. Chen Xueshu smiled and looked over at Yang Kai. Not only our reflecting moon sect, but there are a number of others who traveled here together with us. Oh, who? Yang Kai asked somewhat surprised. A number of old friends. Chen Xueshu smiled. In addition to our reflecting moon sect, there are also members from Water Moon Hall, Pure Heart Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, and 10,000 Flower Palace. The people from 10,000 Flower Palace are also coming to participate in this inheritance war? Qiu Yimeng couldn't help showing some shock, while Huixing Chun laughed raucously and said, interesting. Too interesting. It seems my decision to stay was the right one. 10,000 Flower Palace was a very special sect. It was a first-class sect made up of only women. Because their members were all women, they didn't possess particularly strong forces and had never before experienced the inheritance war. But this time, 10,000 Flower Palace had actually sent people to participate and had chosen to support Yang Kai. And these sects all lost a fair amount of strength in the recent battle against the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. So none of them originally planned to participate, but after everyone heard that one of the Yang family young lords was named Yang Kai, each of them decided to investigate the situation. Chen Xueshu explained.